Hello and welcome to IID 2021. I am Pinku, heading Investor Relations, and I'm talking to you live from Bangalore today. We have a senior management team joining us here with you from New Jersey, Mumbai, and Bangalore. This is our third Investor Analyst Day, and we are really excited about the chance to connect with you and to showcase some of the cool stuff that our engineers have built. Every IID we have a theme. What's the theme for this IID? It's engineering scale. Now, when we think about where we are, it's really an exciting point of time where we see a clear path ahead to achieve scale. And scale for us means both thinking for the outside and from the inside. In the inside, it means our people, our culture, and our innovation. On the outside, it means our customer centricity and our responsibility to the society as a corporate citizen. Now, I'm not going to steal the thunder of my colleagues here who come after me, but you're going to hear a lot about how we're going to think about engineering scale for the future. Let me now take the opportunity to brief you about the agenda. We have about 4 hours today. The first half of the session is going to be the CXOs. We will start with Amit Chadha, our CEO, Alind Saxena, our Chief Sales Officer, followed by Abhishek Sinha, who is our Chief Operating Officer. Then we will have the first Q&A, which is focused exclusively on the strategy. We will have a short break after that, and then we are going to showcase to you the cool stuff, the exciting stuff engineering world of LTTS, with a deep dive into 3 of the big bets we are focusing on: EACV, digital manufacturing, and AI and digital products. We're also going to have a very, very cool virtual lab walkthrough, right? And we're going to showcase to you an EV car built by LTTS end-to-end and a 5G lab. So stay put for that. And we also will have a customer session where you can hear perspectives from 2 of our very important customers and how they think about leveraging technology and LTTS in the future. The last part of the second session will be the CFO wrapping up and giving you insights about a financial strategy. I want you to be comfortable in your seats. So we're going to have all the presentations and the decks uploaded to our website as soon as this session concludes. Let me now introduce our keynote speaker, Amit Chadha. Amit Chadha joined LTTS in 2009, has been with the executive leadership team of the company ever since. He has been heading the sales function. In addition, he has been leading the digital organization of the company, the digital portfolio of the company. Young, dynamic. Amit, let me now take the stage, hand over the stage to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pinku, for teeing this up. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to our third Investor and Analyst Day. We are happy to have you here today. I wish and hope that you all are doing well, family is safe, and things stable. We are in a very different situation than we met 3 years ago in Mumbai. I wish we could have done this face to face, but we are on camera, virtual, and we're going to take the day today and talk to you about the vision and the way forward for the company. I particularly will cover 5 parts. I'll talk about technology as we see it today. I'm going to talk about LTTS, the journey so far. I'm going to talk about our vision for the future, talk about our strategy and way forward, and finally summarize with numbers to keep ourselves focused on our goal as we move forward. If I was to go back to basics and actually go back to Abraham Maslow in 1943 went ahead and wrote a paper on the theory of human needs. I'm sure a lot of you have read this during various courses in the management school. In 1954, he wrote a book on motivation and personality, and as he did that, he talked about deficiency needs and growth needs. So he took physiological needs like air, water, food, sleep, clothes. He took safety, which was physical, health, emotional, financial. He took belongingness around love, social, well-being, friends, family, etc. He took esteem and self-esteem and he clubbed them as deficiency needs. And then he called self-actualization out and said these were growth needs. Now, if I stand as I stand here today and I couple this with technology and know-how, etc., we can't talk about physiological needs without Wi-Fi and mobile phones and touchscreen phones, etc. We can't talk about safety without iPhone and the apps that go on your watch, or Life 360 that allows you to monitor the well-being of your family and friends. If I talk about belongingness, I can't not mention Facebook and the likes you get on your profile picture, etc., that you post. If you look at esteem, it's measured by the number of followers you've got on LinkedIn and the number of likes and shares again that you get on LinkedIn. Of course, self-actualization is a different discussion for a different day. But the point I'm trying to drive here is technology has changed the way we behave, the way we think about our needs, or the very existence that we lead. Let me take you to some numbers to be able to re-emphasize the point. There used to be about $800 million devices, IoT devices in 2010. Not so long ago, this number was about 9 billion, slated to get to 25 billion global IoT devices by 2030. If I look at then the industrial robots that have been installed, in 2010 was it about 120,000, has moved to becoming about 465, half a million in 2020, 2021, but 2030 will potentially see 20 million of industrial robots. If I take then, for example, the COVID cases that are there today, and I actually say this is here right now, a reality for us. And the only thing that I have seen consistent through this COVID period, of course, number one is empathy, very important. But number two is technology. The way we've been able to adapt, been able to call in to our doctors and get advice on a telemedicine basis, be able to virtually see each other and be able to conduct business, be able to do reviews, be able to write programs, be able to build new businesses, launch new platforms. I can say all of that is because of technology. In fact, the ER&D spend that we thought at one time was declining because of COVID is actually stated to expand to become from the current $1.4 odd trillion to becoming a 2 trillion industry as you move forward. Allow me to paint a picture by vertical for you so I can share with you as to how we see this by vertical. If I take, for example, the home, for us to be more energy efficient, secure, we have sustainable homes and be able to continue to conduct business out of our homes, we believe 75% of devices and appliances will be remotely monitored and controlled. We also believe that 71% of vehicles will be fully electric. By 2030, 51% of people, respondents, have said they believe there will be a hyperloop, Pune to Mumbai and back, SF to LA and back, and I can keep on counting twin cities, almost twin cities like this that the hyperloop will create. Not so long ago, this was actually part of an animation figment, maybe in a James Bond movie. If I then look at 5G, there was 4G not so long ago, there's 5G today, be it the millimeter wave, be it sub-3 spectrum, whatever have you, or Wi-Fi 6 or 6G. We do believe the world is moving in technology to a faster, more redundant, better latency, speed kind of connectivity that then allows us to allow them not just in the home, but in various fields. Moving on to the medical sector. If we move on to the medical sector, 80% of at-home applications will diagnose our symptoms and potentially offer us some treatment. 80% of all our records, medical records, will become electronic. We do, by 2030, it is forecasted that 83% of us will have personalized preventive plans for our healthcare, allowing us to be tailor medication, etc., just for ourselves. If you then move to factories in brick and mortar, they will not be left alone. Technology will ensure that potentially 20 million robots will ensure smooth functioning of factories. You will need humans, but 20 million robots in factories is a huge number of robots. There is also a forecast that brick and mortar stores are not going to go away. 45% of the people will shop virtually, but also go into the shops. But as they go into the stores, 81% digital technologies will be prevalent there. Before I move to our journey, I just want to pause and make sure we all understand the impact that this is going to create on our lives here, now, today. This was one prevalent thing that came out as a message over the last few months and quarters, as I had the opportunity to talk to a number of people, talk to CXOs across the world, that technology was here to stay. The business that LTTS is in is on solid foundation and has a huge market upside. If I was to then take a step back and talk about LTTS from FY17, when a lot of you saw us go public, we listed on the NSE and the BSE, and we started our journey publicly declaring results per quarter, etc. We were at about a $480 million, $84 million clip and saw us expand. In fact, if I just take FY17 to 20, our CAGR of growth has been 17.5%. Of course, if I take 21, that drops down to 11%. If I then, just not looking at the numbers, focus on what we were doing behind the curtains or focused on was, so in FY17, as we went public, we launched our CTO office about the same time. We also launched our digital offerings, which were less than about, were in actually low teens as a percentage of our revenue. As some of you may have known me, I had the charter before my current role to build the digital offering for the company. We also realized at the same time that chips were going to be a very important component for future technology and science. And we decided that VLSI Design Services had to be central to our existence and our growth. We also realized about the same time that just setting up an India center and working in India and US and India and Europe and India and Japan ain't going to work. We will have to start setting up proximity centers in the locations where we service our clients. So if I look at our trajectory from FY17 to FY21, we launched digital as well as a CTO office in FY17. We then moved on from there and also bought Essentia Technologies in VLSI Design Services in the Bay Area in FY17. We doubled down on the same area in FY19 and did a second acquisition of Graphene Semiconductor in India. And we have since been able to grow that business. We realized that proximity center for automotive in Dublin was a good start. So we expanded in FY18 and set up a security practice in Jerusalem in Israel. In FY19, we expanded our digital engineering center to Gothenburg in Sweden. We realized in FY20 before that, that defense spend was something that was coming up. And we had not seen COVID at that time. But thankfully, we established an ITAR design center in Rockford, Illinois that has played well for us in the last few quarters. And finally, in 21, in spite of the COVID environment, we saw that electric vehicles were there to stay and grow, and autonomous and connected vehicles, etc. So we doubled down and invested in a transportation center of excellence in Munich, Germany. We also started our large deals pursuits way back in about FY16, 17, but 18 saw us sign our first $100 million deal with a high-tech major. Of course, part of that got unwinded as we moved along, etc. But FY21 saw us sign a second $100 million deal in a different segment. It gave us confidence, if you ask me, that large deals were a way forward of our lives and therefore was the right investment to make. I also want to spend a little bit time of clients. If you remember, when we went IPO, we used to have about 223 clients. We talked about our T30A3 strategy to go deeper and have 3 adjacent logos. Happy to share that we've not gone off the rockers and got 500 clients. We have done a very calibrated increase in clients. We're about 306 as of FY21 and keenly watching as we add more and go deeper. What gives me pride is a fact, patents that used to be at 250 odd patents in FY17. In FY21, we ended up with 650 patents. We did not lose our way of being a technology and engineering company, but kept at it as we moved along. If I move on and talk about how the world sees us today, these are now ratings as we measure up against competition. And if I look at us from a qualitative standpoint, and I look at our solutions, scale, etc. on one side, and our R&D practice maturity on the other side, I'm happy to share that your company is amongst the top 5 worldwide when it comes to qualitative ER&D service ratings. Last year allowed us to be able to do a lot of soul searching. If I move to the next slide and I look at where we are currently, we've got 5 segments: medical, transportation, high-tech, industrial, and plant. We have 4 horizontals: VLSI embedded, mechanical, digital manufacturing, and digital products. If I look at the expanse that we have in the geos, we've got a presence in US, multiple centers. Europe, I talked about Munich and Gothenburg. Israel, Japan, and then India. And in India, in 5 cities. If I look at the CTO office that was established, and I talked about it, it has been institutionalized in the company and incubates next-gen solutions. Having said that, 54% of our revenues are digital per Q1 results, 57, and they used to be 51 in the last IAD. So from 51, we've gone to 57 of top 100 spenders are our clients. And we have an innovation culture that exists in the company. 719 patents out of Q1, 188 are ours, and 531 belong to our clients. Now, if I look at all of this, last year allowed me to be able to sit down and conduct interviews with about 200 of our stakeholders. These were clients, analysts, employees, well-wishers, mentors across the Bay Area, Seattle, LA, the Midwest in Chicago and Detroit, New Jersey, up in Boston, down in Houston and Dallas, and then again in Europe, India, Japan, a couple of them in Singapore and Hong Kong. It allowed me to be able to sit down and talk to them. So I did this as virtual interviews with them and spent about a part of last year to be able to do that. And what I realized was that what I'm sharing with you as the cornerstones, the segments, the horizontals, the digital revenue, the deep client relationships, the innovation culture, the CTO office, these came, and the presence in the geos came out as key items that these stakeholders talked about as our strengths. I also was able to uncover and curate that there was clear trends, as I have shared with you, around home, around medical area, around the transportation area, around the high-tech area, around the plant engineering area, the key areas that exist here and now that allow us the opportunity to be able to expand in a meaningful manner. It allowed me to sit down and look at our strengths, see how we could combine them across without creating any new segments and any new horizontals, but be able to cull out, curate, and create something for the future. I am happy to share with you that after these interviews, this conversation, going back, brainstorming with all our leaders, our board, we would like to state that we, as our vision for the future, is to be amongst the top 5 global pure play engineering service provider of choice. That is what we are setting ourselves up for as a vision. Now, let me pause here for a second. This vision cannot be achieved if we don't look at things in the current paradigm. There is demographics that is changing along with technology. We need to stay current, and we need to be able to look at a multi-dimensional world. And therefore, for ourselves, we have created a 6-dimensional glide path as we move forward. We believe that these 6 dimensions done together are the ingredients that are required for us to move on to the future and achieve our vision. Industry leading growth, customer centricity, people engagement, technology quotient, a sustainable operating model, and a keen eye on environmental social governance principles, I believe, are required as we move forward. Let me explain. Industry leading growth for me is how we do against the ER&D spenders and other service providers. Happy to share that part of this strategy has worked. Last 4 quarters has seen us at 4% plus, almost 4% organic growth sequentially. I do believe that the team is tuned to stay and improve from here. Customer centricity. I would like us, or we would like ourselves, to be obsessed about our clients, about their satisfaction, about a customers' needs and satisfaction. If we think like our customers, is when we can really be strong in terms of relationship with them. Feel for them, feel with them, think for them, think with them, innovate with them, and improve our net promoter score, our client referrals, and get repeat business. Third dimension, people. We as a company are built on our teams. I've often acknowledged, and I would like to again acknowledge the spirit of Team LTTS. I do believe that if we can bring everybody together and the pride and camaraderie of Team LTTS, I do believe we have an ability to scale to achieve our vision. And therefore, that is an important dimension for us. There are multiple streams running in that area. Project Rendezvous, Project Avatar. I spoke to some of you about it. I'll cover more details later. But and as we continue to meet, share results, report success, but focused on people engagement as we move along. Fourth is the technology quotient. For us to be relevant in this industry and for us to progress forward, is it important to focus on technology? Technology is not just a buzzword. For me, technology, and all of us at LTTS, technology means the patents that we file for ourselves and the ones we file for our customers. White papers and publications that we write and then we present. Industry events that we are able to attend and contribute meaningfully. Build reusable assets that we can then create to help leapfrog client design cycles. Technical certification of our employees to help them grow, plus being able to develop products that are technically viable and ahead of the market. SMEs that we can hire, offerings and their maturity. That for me is technology quotient. Our CTO office is focused in that area, democratizing technology, if I may, across and thought process across our employees to be able to bring that together. Having said all this, unless we have a sustainable operating model that can help us win deals, not just win deals, but service deals, defect free, first time right, also have predictable margins, make intelligent investments that have returns, and then make further investments. And finally, have a keen eye on our environment. Be a socially responsible citizen. You're no longer working just from office. You actually are working from a home office. This is a virtual world. People see you in your buildings, in your apartment buildings, in your complexes, etc. What you carry as brand LTTS or whatever brand that you may carry matters. And your social strata is built on the brand. And therefore, it's important for us to be absolutely clear that ESG is an important area that we need to focus on if we want to be able to bring everybody together. I believe, and my colleague later today, Alind will speak about industry leading growth and what we are focused on doing that. My colleague Abhishek will speak about our sustaining operating model, as well as some parts of how we are enabling the technology quotient, how we are engaging people. And finally, Rajiv will bring out stuff around ESG as we stand today and the way forward. But net, I do believe that these 6 dimensions and them being equally important are required as an interplay to be able to provide a profitable, sustainable and inclusive growth path to our vision. If I was to double click next on the technology side, we haven't left things to just abstract, but we actually used, like I said, the last year to curate 6 strategic investment growth areas for ourselves. We call these the 6 bets internally, big bets, and I will spend time on each of them. And later in the day today, some of them will be covered by my colleagues. So the number 1 bet for us is EACV, which is electric autonomous connected vehicles. Electric for me is onboard and offboard charging as well as managing the battery, etc. Autonomous is the autonomous vehicle. Connected is taking advantage of what we've got in high tech and bring it here. My colleague Shailendra and Seema will cover more details later today with you and actually walk you through some of the case studies that we have done. And this bet has been curated between transportation and industrial products together, along with our embedded horizontal as we go forward. The second bet for us is MedTech. MedTech for me, and I will personally cover some more details today because MedTech we are not showing you in detail because of given time limitations. We'll do it next time. So I'll cover more details on that. But that's being dealt with by our medical segment as well as the horizontal supporting them. The third bet for us is 5G. Giri, my colleague, is going to be walking you through some of the labs that we have built. But 5G for us is from chip to cloud and back. And I'll again cover some more details around it later today in the presentation. The fourth bet for us is digital products and AI. When I say digital products, and Nitin will cover more details with you, but digital products for us is around connected products, collaborative products, and intuitive products. The AI part brings out the intuitive products part. And we'll give you more case studies of work we are doing. I do believe that connected, collaborative, we are fairly there. We are building out in the intuitive area. And I believe that's again a growth trajectory and factor for us. Digital manufacturing for us is around a connected value chain, digital assets and security, and intelligent manufacturing. My colleague Prabhakar later today will cover more details, and then when we come back towards the end, we'll be there to answer any questions for you. And finally, sustainability. I believe that carbon neutrality as well as preserving resources that we have today for the future is extremely important, not just for our generations, for the generations to come. And I will spend more time and talk to you about sustainability and what we have gathered in terms of offerings in this area. Now, having said that, before I move on, in these 6 strategic areas, in the last few months, we have sat down, we have defined the total addressable market. We then defined what we had as pluses and defined the service offering in these areas. We've actually already defined service offerings. We have gone ahead and built some labs, some we announced, some we are announcing as we move forward. We have built reusable assets, but there is work in progress. And in all these areas, we're actually building a pipeline and closing deals. And subsequent presentations will share with you some quantified numbers around pipeline and deals in each of these areas. I do believe that these 6 bets played well can help us with our vision and the numbers we are looking at for the future, and will grow faster than company growth. I move on and double click on the medical sector for you. The medical bet for us is around device engineering, digital decision support systems, and QARA regulatory compliance. When I talk about device engineering, I mean product design services, software engineering, value engineering, and product testing and sustenance. There is stuff that we've already built. There's an infection management platform that we have built in conjunction with IIT Madras. There is an endo trainer that was already launched in the market that basically with AR, VR technology is able to control laparoscopic arms given and we've actually replaced some of the mechanics there to be able to provide cheaper solutions. And this endo trainer is used to train surgeons. We've got patents in this area. Third is a low-cost ventilator, ambulatory ventilator that we are developing with IISc Bangalore. Now, these are examples in device engineering that we are doing. In themselves, you may say, you know, that's fine, this has been done many times over, why are you doing it? The reason we are doing it is building an entire product allows you to appreciate how everything plays together. What is the bill of material? What is the cost of the bill of material? What are the components that go in? Can you lightweight it? Can you have alternative materials? Can you build in mass? The entire 9 yards. I truly believe that device engineering, which is a cornerstone for us in our medtech area, will play us well. And these examples are just case examples for you to realize the depth that we have got in this space. Digital decision support systems. I'm sure a lot of your organizations you work for would have opened up telehealth lines during this COVID crisis. We did, and we've had people using it. Now, this cannot happen if we don't have digital decision support systems that are connected, that are collaborative, and then finally become intuitive. We've worked on an AI chest AI RAI solution that is already launched, being used by radiologists today. It allows us to be able to read chest X-rays, define symptoms, from symptoms deduce what kind of disease you may have. COVID is one of them, unfortunately, but we've been able to leverage this. We're at about 95% accuracy. I do believe we should get to about 99%, but we've only seen so many records. We need to get to the millions of records to be able to do that. Given that this is all a very regulatory industry, it's again an example of what we have done in digital and decision support systems. Because we believe that if we understand the whole 9 yards, we will be able to create a lot more solutions in this area. Finally, QARA regulatory standards. Regulatory compliance is key for any kind of work being done in medical, and that's another area that we are double clicking on for MedTech. I'll move on, and I hope, Pinku, I'm doing okay on time. If I was to look at 5G, which is the next frontier in reliable and fast connectivity, for us 5G means new product development with device and chip. So that's chip design, etc., etc. Private networks. There's a lot of use cases of 5G with private networks and brick and mortar industry using it. So we will be actually helping our clients do network deployment services in private networks as well as managed services. Network assurance around design, deployment, and service assurance. We in fact have our own IntelliAgent tool that can actually do an end-to-end testing. And finally, lab as a service. These 5 will be our double clicks, if I may, in the 5G area as we move along. Moving to our third bet, because the other 3 will be covered by my colleagues. Sustainability. There were 17 goals that are defined by the United Nations. I do believe that LTTS can meaningfully address about 6-7 of these dimensions, like clean water sanitation, affordable housing, on and on. And what we can do for these is around green product compliance, light weighting, green sourcing, zero liquid discharge and water management, and renewables and energy management. This particular bet is being worked on by our plant engineering, industrial products, and mechanical and embedded horizontal. And we are bringing this together and making some success. I do believe that this will be the 6th bet that we have curated. May start off a little later, but I do believe this has an exponential potential to expand. Having said that, if I don't talk about software and move on, I'll be unfair. So we actually created a path to improve our digital quotient further by focusing on software in product engineering. So we are actually scaling up, and you can see I've tried to create some indication here. The blue is the invest, which means that we are actually starting to build the service offering or curating and finalizing service offering. Build is where the service offerings are already there and created and now need to scale. And scale, of course, is that they are already on their way to scaling up further. I've given you a 3-year horizon around FY22, FY23 and FY24. And if I was to then go down that list and very quickly let you know, digital twin for us is around virtual precision simulations and how precise we are as we simulate the digital twin. And that's something that's already scaling along with cloud native microservices and service mesh. In AI, which is embedded AI as well as hardware accelerators, automation, analytics, security, cyber security, node-based computing, and APIs, we've already curated our service offerings and we are on the way to scale them. I believe the scale up will only happen next year. We are doing POCs with multiple clients in these areas and successful POC, mostly successful POCs, and I do believe this will scale next year onwards. Edge compute as well as gesture-based interaction. So you can cut my voice off and only based on my hand signal make out what I'm trying to let you know. But I believe that this is the thing that we are still working on. Very honestly, the CTO office is engaged in the edge compute and gesture-based interaction. It will take us next year to be able to complete the offerings in this space and scale beyond that. But net, if you ask me, the 6 bets, the softwareization of our product engineering business is key as we move forward on our growth journey. If I was to then talk about our team, it's key for us to realize that we can only do so much alone. It is the team that brings it together. Happy to share with you that the team that you see on this slide has between itself collectively more than 550 years of experience. Each one of these people individually, executives, has between 2 to 4 decades of experience, and most of them have spent more than 5 years with L&T or LTTS. I'm fortunate and humble. I'm fortunate, and actually it is an honor to be leading, and humbled by the fact that I'm leading a team of such great veterans. I do want to say that we work on a 4-in-a-box model at a very broad, high level. Sales has got 4 leaders. Alind runs Americas and Asia, and you'll talk to him later today. And then we've got a gentleman heading Europe. We've got somebody heading India and Middle East, and somebody running large deals, and that's sales. And that reports to the 4 report to me directly. Our horizontals and our vertical heads, and some of those that you will meet today, later today, they report into my colleague on the board, our Chief Operating Officer and whole-time Director, Abhishek Sinha. And then we've got the functions like the CFO, CHRO, our CMO, and our Head of Strategy that work with me directly. Our CTO is responsible for next-gen solutions, and he works with me directly as well. One change that we have made in the last 12 months is we used to have a delivery offsite center in North America. We've actually now created a delivery offsite center in Europe with the Munich center and the Gothenburg center and all, and Israel. And we are putting focus to establish a local footprint in Europe. The point that I'm trying to make here is that please rest assured your company is in safe hands with a team like this. If I was to then focus on a subject that's very close to my heart, that is developing leaders for tomorrow. Because we are good today, we are good tomorrow, but day after, are we still strong enough to sustain and grow? So there are 3 things that we are focusing on. One, with changing demographics, it's very important that we are affiliative in leadership and lead from the center. Like an orchestra, where the conductor or the maestro stands in between, and you've got the flute, you've got the drums, you've got the guitar, you've got the cello playing at different times in perfect harmony. I do believe that we need to come together in a collaborative manner, and what we are banking ourselves on is affiliative leadership. The second principle, or B part of this, is building and nurturing high performers. We used to have a CEO club. We've started a star squad now. The whole idea is to bring people together and be able to solicit ideas, give them more autonomy, demand results, and make it a happier place. Finally, we are a technology company. Unless we differentiate between technology and management, it will not work. So we've actually taken the various cadres in the company, are in the process of right now dividing up the organization between managerial talent and technical talent in various phases, so that somebody who wants to be a technologist can end up as a CTO, as a potential progression in the organization. This, we believe, along with partnerships with the IISc and Coventry University and many others, I believe will help us create technical trailblazers as we move ahead. Having said that, I talked about ESG. Society is an extremely important part of our being. The last few months saw us question our own being a number of times. And it gave us an opportunity for us to be able to understand that if we don't give back to society, it does not work well. We've, of course, given the L&T parentage, given our earlier CEO, Dr. Panda's passion, our chairman, Mr. Nayak, our vice chair's passion, and passion of all our employees. We've actually focused on 3 broad areas in CSR: healthcare, education and reskilling, skilling, sanitation, as well as providing an environment, homes to people. Now, on the slide, you see this makeshift hospital, some homes, ambulances that we have given out, but there's an ongoing effort for us as an organization to stay engaged and give back where we can in the cities that we operate. If I was to then come to my summary, and as we stand today, our aim, quantifying, is to get to $1 billion run rate in the next 12 to 15 months. That puts us in Q2, Q3 of FY23, and a 1.5 billion run rate in FY25 with 18% EBIT, and then look at the 2 billion beyond. I do believe, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, that if we look at follow our 6-dimensional glide path, we focus on our 6 bets, we will be able to get to this in a profitable, sustainable, inclusive growth manner. Thank you so much for listening to me. I look forward to taking your questions right after this and then engaging with you beyond this and stay committed to working with you. Thank you so much. And again, wish you all the best. Stay safe, stay strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit, for outlining the vision and the strategy. To double-click on the customer centricity, I would now like to invite Alind Saxena, Chief Sales Officer, Americas and Asia. Alind has been with LTTS for more than 10 years, and he has built the transportation sales engine from grounds up. Alind, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. Very happy to be here. Look forward to spending about 20 minutes with you, walking you over what we have been through in the last few quarters and what we expect to see in the next few quarters to come. Move on. So, if there is one thing that the pandemic has taught us is that it's very important for us to focus on long-term trends. And that's exactly what a lot of leaders across the world have done. If you look at after the initial problems which were there when the budgets were frozen and there was difficulty in understanding what was going to happen next, the leaders have come back and committed their investment dollars across the board. Now these dollars are finding their way into many different programs and projects and opportunities for all of us, and we expect this trend to continue over the next 18 to 24 months. The CEOs all across are fairly positive about 3 things. 1, they do think that the outlook is positive. 2, they are fairly sure that technology is going to be front and central in anything and everything that they do, which is going to transform their organization. And 3, that the hiring is going to pick up. Now, the hiring is very important for us because that's where the services revenue comes for us, and we are very happy that this is a long-term trend that we are seeing. Next slide. Now, as our customers are deciding their own strategies of growth and margins, we are having to play with them in both the sides. Now, the growth side of it is where they decide their product portfolios, and the margin side of it is where they decide their cost portfolios. Now, if we look at the legacy engineering services that we have been providing for a very long time, and when our customers are defining their portfolio, they are able to give us a long-term trend on how and what their product portfolio structure is going to be. We look at it from new product development, we look at it from cost, which is value engineering, which is what we do, and plus our customers are looking at their sustainability matrix as well, which is making fundamental changes in the plants that they have. So plant engineering also benefits from that. It's particularly true when you're talking about an oil and gas company or a chemical company for that matter. So for legacy engineering, we see a fair amount of expansion happening based on what we are hearing from the customers. Now, there is another trend which is picking up very, very quickly, is that the company's revenue is no longer going to come only from products. So they are looking at revenue coming from the sale of the product for sure, but that is becoming a smaller amount compared to the overall revenue that they expect to earn from these services. Now, when you talk about services revenue for these organizations, they haven't done that before. And that means that for that, they have to build a smarter, more intelligent product which communicates with them. And 2, they also have to look at creating those fundamental what we call platforms that they will use to work with their own customers. Now, they haven't done that before. They call on us and we are engaging with them. For example, there is an industrial customer that we have been working with in North America. And they came to us when they started their journey a few years back. And since we had already developed some of these platforms, we were able to engage with them and help them get there faster. Not only that, we have been able to use that platform to take that to other customers as well and to implement that in their divisions. So it's becoming a very pronounced way for us making revenue and for our customers to get there faster. Now, similarly, once they have seen the benefit of that, they are opening up their minds to doing digital manufacturing or digital engineering in the manufacturing sector as well. So that's where the Industry 4.0 or asset reliability or AI-enabled processes all come in, and which are all contributing towards the growth of the revenues for us in that sector. Now, whatever we have talked about so far, we have had a good customer view. The ER&D research firms are also confirming that view. So one, we are clearly looking at overall growth in expansion between 2020 to 2023. So the revenue is going to grow. And two is that each of the sectors that we work in today are going to have their own trajectory in how that revenue is going to happen. Now, it's very interesting that each one of them have their same path, and you probably heard Amit talk about it a little bit earlier for transportation, and we have a separate session that we would want you to pay attention and hear. But I'm going to take a couple of minutes and talk about high tech, where we see enormous changing happening. So if you were to look at high tech, and within high tech, let's just focus on telecom. In telecom, there is what we call a democratization which is happening. Now, the democratization which is happening means that the hardware and the software are getting separated. So what that means is that many new players which were initially not able to come in because the cost of the infrastructure was very high, are able to come in because they are able to create that software which is bringing those changes and able to bring those platforms which can be used now worldwide. We are very happy that we have been able to associate ourselves with some of these players, and they are contributing to the expansion of our revenue as well. And we do see this trend to continue. The second thing which happened is on the semiconductor side. So semiconductors, and I'm sure you are hearing all about it in the papers and otherwise, they are being moved across for two reasons. One, the number of connected devices overall is only at about 9% or so on where what everybody feels they could be. So that means just more and more intelligent semiconductors need to go there. And the technology for building these semiconductors is dropping now from being somewhere around 9 nanometers, 10 nanometers, 12 nanometers to coming down to 3 and in some cases 2 nanometers. So that's bringing in a lot of design changes that are required in the semiconductors. And two is that the geopolitical scenarios where there were these established design houses and manufacturing houses, they are also getting spread out in the regions. Both of them speak very truly to the opportunities that we see in the market as we go along. So net-net, digital will increase at a much faster pace than legacy, but it doesn't mean that we will not expand in the legacy engineering part of it as well. So where does that lead us? As you have probably heard by now, our focus has always been customer, and we will always remain a very customer-centric organization. We have earlier talked to you about T30 and A3, which is basically a mining strategy and growth strategy, which now call adjacents. So those fundamentals are not going to change. We have been fairly consistent in our performance using these same strategies, but given the pandemic, and the challenges and the opportunities that the pandemic is bringing now, we are tweaking those and we are optimizing and we are expanding those fundamental 4 pillars that we have always had into something more constructive and a lot more productive. So let me talk to you about in the next few minutes about these 4 pillars, which is supersizing of accounts, mega deals, adjacents or hunting, and our geo strategy as we go along. Okay. So, and I'm going to take some time on this. So follow me over here. So one of our customers, a North American med device customer, with whom we have been working for last 6-7 years, it has grown by about 5% in the last 18 months or so. And I may be off by a few percentage points here. And if I were to break down that growth, and talk to you about the reasons why that growth has happened because of the strategies that we have put in. And I'll walk you through each one of them. So the fundamental is delivery has to be important. So we have looked at delivery, and we have looked at delivery in 2 ways. One, while delivering, in delivery, we have created what we call practices. when my colleague Abhi talks to you, he is going to cover that in a little bit more detail. So those practices are very close to our customers in their domain, and that's very important for us because the customer then relates much more to us. And two is we have empowered the leadership that we have on the ground with the customer. And you can imagine this is because of pandemic and people not being able to travel and so on. This empowerment of leadership means that they're able to work much more closely with our customers, come up with solutions, put those proactive proposals back to our customers, and enable a change at a faster note. So that's clearly helped us. The next 4 to 5% of the growth has come from our ability to work with them in different regions and different divisions. But the biggest piece of growth, I would say between 10 and 15% of the growth per annum, has come in some of the changes that have happened. So one is that the customer has started relooking at what core and non-core is for him. And what that has led to deliver to us is that they are much more happier giving us a complete function or a complete product to support as opposed to giving up pieces. Now, this has led to carve-outs and a lot of large deals that we have won over the last few years. Two, we have been able to go into areas or budgets within our customers that we weren't going earlier. So, for example, marketing or supply chain or customer service or operations were some of the areas that we were not engaged in, but the customer is very happy to engage us in these areas because we are able to do that through digital means across the board. And lastly, we know that the problems that we are trying to solve for our customers are becoming much and much more complex. And we know that we alone can't bring all the solutions. So we have been working with partners to bring those solutions together and to be able to create the effectiveness so that we can generate because of partnering with someone. So all of this put together roughly brings up roughly about 15 to 20% growth per annum with our customers. And the same template we have used very successfully across the board to bring similar growth to our customers. We should see this reflecting, and we are already seeing this reflecting. We are fairly positive that we will have a more balanced portfolio as we go along. We are fairly sure that we are going to mature our customers beyond this as well as we go along, but so far we see all the movements in the right directions. Okay. One of our one thing which you have to understand is that engineering and IT are two different things. And no matter what one tells you, we don't get RFPs to respond to. We have to work with our customers to develop them. So an example over here that comes to mind is in the recent, in the telecom space. And remember, we talked about the democratization, where this was this smaller organization that we had been working with for the last, I would say about a year or so. And we had been partnering with them on their product development. And we saw that they have been winning orders fairly consistently in the last 6 months. But they didn't seem to have a plan in place on how they are going to test the product which is required for those for fulfilling of those orders, and also integrate some other products that were required to make that happen. So we looked at that problem, and perhaps we looked at it slightly earlier than the customer did. We created a solution for them. We ideated along with them, and then they really liked our idea. We sat down and created what we call a statement of work on how this is going to play out. And we were able to create a 5-year deal working with them solely in that particular area. So imagine the customer was fairly happy because he didn't have to worry about that side of the problem. And we were very happy because we got to work on a new technology that was something which was not there in the market yet. So a win-win for all of us in that particular case. And this is not something isolated. This is something that we see again and again. So what we needed to do was to make sure that we have an organization which is able to cater to that. So we created a part of the organization which was focused on what we call structured ideation process, so that we could keep generating these ideas and we could keep having these learnings that we have from other customers plow into that ideation team. And then we created a large deals team It's been about a year or so since we created that, whose whole purpose in life is to take those ideas and bring them to maturity as we go along. Now, the areas that these ideas have been working on have been fairly consistent. So whether it's scale and velocity that our customer is looking at, or digital transformation, or carve-outs, as we talked about, each of these ideas are the ones that are helping us with the growth of creating these large mega deals. And again, most of the deals are a combination of these ideas, not one by itself. In fact, for one of our customers in the EV area, we were able to scale roughly about 250 people in less than 4 months. And he really needed that because he had won orders that he didn't have earlier, and he had to service those orders fairly quickly. So hunting, or adjacent as we call it, remains core to our strategy. We must get new clients in fairly quickly. And we have done a good job so far. Now, the way that we are looking at these customers is slightly different now. Of course, we have these conventional customers with whom we have worked forever. But what's coming into the market is what we call disruptive customers. So these disruptive customers are the ones who are bringing three things. One, they are very well funded. So money is not an option, not a problem for them. Two is they want scale and velocity, which we talked about in the previous slide, which is again very important for us as we want to grow quickly. And three is they are working on new technology. And that again is very, very important, because when we work with them in these new technology area, we are able to take that, understand that, and also take to our second and third customer groups, which are there in adaptive and conventional. So net, we remain focused on working across the board. Of course, we manage our risks on who we work with, but we are fairly confident that this trend again is there to stay. And if we pick the right winners, we can grow very quickly along with them. Okay. So won't spend too much time here. Our geo strategy remains the same. We are very clear that we want to expand in different geos. In fact, during the pandemic, one of our customers came to us and he wanted to fix a supply chain issue in Europe. And we had no option but to help him support in Europe. And you can imagine doing this during a pandemic. And if we had not invested in a local team in Europe who understood the ecosystem, we wouldn't have been able to support that. So we will continue down that trend. We are actually strengthening more and more our leadership, our subject matter experts, and we are creating this ecosystem of partners in geographies. We are doing it for all the three geographies that we are focused on, and you will see more and more investments going there. We do believe that Europe is going to expand a little bit more than North America, as we see, and medical and high tech are again a few of the verticals that are getting fast attention. So what has all this led to? The next 3 slides, we will talk to you about how we have been able to harness this whole strategy into creating outcomes for us. So 20% growth over the last 5 quarters, 4% organic growth, very consistent double-digit growth in each of the verticals that we see, and a very positive outcome as we see across automotive, industrial products, CPG, and high tech over the next 18 to 24 months. So we remain very, very positive about that. 2 large deals. The system that we have put in place seems to be working. We have got fair amount of large deals across, including winning the $100 million contract that you are all very well aware of during these very difficult times. And equally excited about our sales team being able to win new logos across geographies. And again, doing that in these very difficult times where you can't sit and work with the customers directly. So we remain very positive about this momentum to continue as we go along. Okay. Remember, we talked about long-term trends, and we had invested with them, and we've been fairly glad that the organization our organization has taken a long-term view on these trends, and we continued that investment over pandemic. In fact, we inaugurated one of our electric vehicles lab that my colleague is going to talk about during that time as well. And all those investments have had us or provided us major wins across all the big bets that we have talked about. Not just that, we have a very healthy pipeline as we see going forward as well. So watch this space as we see. In summary, we are very excited about the future. It's not very often that you are in the middle of a huge technology boom that's happening. We are very glad that we have 57 of the top 100 spenders and expanding as our customers. We are also very glad that the services that we offer are going from silicon design to all the way to cloud management. And three is that the investments that we have been making, the solutions that we have been creating in the areas that we have been talking about in big bets and so on, they have become very, very critical to our customers as they plot their own journey from moving from physical to digital. So I have no doubt in my mind that we would remain preferred partners to our customers, at least for the foreseeable future, and that will provide us the growth and the opportunity that we have been looking for. Thank you so much for joining us in the presentation. Truly appreciate your time. I'm available for questions during the Q&A sessions in about an hour or half an hour from now. I look forward to speaking to you then. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Abhishek Sinha, Chief Operating Officer of L&T Technologies. Amit spoke of the 6-dimensional glide path and, of course, the 6 big bets. Alind spoke of the large deals focus, supersizing of accounts, adjacencies. In my presentation today, I will focus on the execution angle of these strategies. But before that, let me share with you how we have operationally done over the last few years. We live and breathe technology because we are a technology and services organization. However, we have been able to keep our operations strong over the last 4 years. Our utilization has gone up by 400 basis points, offshoring up by 700 basis points. We have checked our pyramid, and as you see, our C&B as a percentage of revenue has gone down by 700 basis points. And all in all, we have been able to deliver 400 basis points improvement in gross margins. All of this without taking our eyes off technology. We have continued to invest in innovation labs, encourage our engineers on filing patents. The icing on the cake has been the Net Promoter Score, which is a reflection of customer satisfaction. It has gone up by 1,800 basis points. And we have, of course, kept our eyes on gender diversity. Now, our company's operational framework is founded on 4 key tenets of engineering the change. Number 1, we celebrate technology every day. 2, we excel and we obsess about our customer delivery excellence. 3, we believe in nurturing our talent. And 4, investing in cognitive systems. Let me double click on each of these tenets. Technology. We will be irrelevant if we do not continue to invest in technology every day. Our innovation programs like TechGM that taps into the talent from global universities, our programs like Reveries and hackathons collect ideas from our own engineers. We have amazing partnerships with universities like Coventry in the UK, IITs, Indian Institute of Science, where we do joint R&D programs. Our CTO organization invests in R&D for the future, 3-5 years ahead. Our businesses and practices invest in technologies of here and now. All of this comes together for us to decide what are 6 big bets where. So what I'm saying is this was a very structured program, how we decide where we want to invest in. Now, technology for the sake of technology doesn't mean anything unless our customers value what we deliver. We are present in 5 segments: transportation, industrial, high-tech, medical, and plant engineering. Our customers love us because of our cross-poll innovation strategy. Now, let me explain what it is. 5G testing, high-tech skills, delivered for a transportation customer, done. Creation of welding robot design for a oil and gas major, done. Annotation work, which is extremely relevant in autonomous driving, applied in medical radiology, piece of cake. How does this happen? It happens because we deeply invest in technologies in our innovation labs. You can think of our innovation labs as places where we breed technology. Last year was a COVID year, yet we invested in 5G lab, EV lab, sensor lab, some of which you'll be seeing later during the day. And why do we do these investments? Because our customers need it, our employees need it. And trust me, we have to, if we have to be relevant in this world. This next tenet, customers and delivery. We believe we are primed for the next big leap. Alind spoke of the large deals that we have been winning and a good pipeline of large deals that we have. Now, from a delivery perspective, it's extremely critical that we start green and stay green. Now, what's start green? It means start the projects well, make sure they don't get into amber or red zone, have solid governance around those programs, because if we run the large deals well from an execution perspective, we will be able to easily supersize our accounts. Now, in the past, we have had accounts, we have a 2-in-a-box model, we have a sales leader, a delivery leader who run the account. But we believe the next era will result into changing the structures or evolving the structure of these accounts. We will see the introduction of customer technology officers in each of these accounts. Now, these people will be accountable for technology across the customer base. We have already started investing in LTTS customer academies. These are academies which ensure that every engineer that joins the account is certified to work for that customer. That's what gives the customer confidence, and that's what helps us super scale these accounts. We'll also see practice-based organizations emerging. We have already started that in our transportation segment, where we have autonomous, connected, functional safety kind of practices built into the segment. We will see more and more of this happening in other segments as well. Now, the scale is not possible if we do not invest in the leaders of tomorrow. I'm very proud to say that as a company, we have an amazing framework for succession planning and leadership development. There's the CEO Club, there is YIBC Leaders League, and many more, through which we tap into the leadership talent at every level and make sure that they grow through the ranks. The scale will also result into extreme offshoring. Let me talk about that a bit in the next slide. Now, what's extreme offshoring? I truly believe we are entering the era of extreme offshoring. You look at results across companies, most of them have clearly delivered higher revenue from offshore in the last few quarters. We ourselves have hit around 58% in offshore revenues. Now, why is that happening? It's happening because customers are clearly realizing that the work can be done from anywhere. So why not take advantage of that? The question is, how are we prepared to embrace this change? What we have done is, the first step we have taken is a strategy on delivery-led growth. We have handpicked some of our best delivery leaders, about 15-20 of them, and we have put them in our strategic accounts. These leaders are closely going to work with the customers, give them comfort that their projects are in good hand, even though the offshore percentage has gone up. The regulatory standards are changing. We see the emergence of safety standards, sustainability, new quality standards coming up. Extremely critical that the large offshore talent pool understands these standards and thereby able to deliver predictable quality of products to the customer. That is key. The other dimension of extreme offshoring is, how do customers get more visibility of what's happening back in India? Now, this is where we invested in a platform called Aura, which stands for a universe of reusable assets last year. We have hundreds of our reusable assets already on this platform. We also have many of our innovation labs digitally enabled, which can be virtually shown to customers worldwide. That brings the customers closer to, so while they can't travel, we are taking our assets to the customer digitally. We are also seeing evolving talent demographics as we move forward. An interesting thing is, while technology is getting more complex, we see the future state where there will be more junior talent, fresh talent. And the reason for that is, it is far easier for the younger talent to soak in technology than probably it will be for the older talent. So we will see a shift in pyramid. Of course, that helps cost as well, but we definitely will see a shift in pyramid. We will see an increased percentage of masters and PhDs in our talent pool. We also see an emergence of gig workers. There's a lot of talk about it. We are watching that space closely, but we will invest, and we see a shift in contractors, gig workers coming in as well. And finally, we absolutely will continue to focus on the gender diversity in our organization. No presentation can be done without talking of work from anywhere or WFX. Now, while the world is talking of WFX in terms of what is the percentage of engineers that will come to office, we believe that's the wrong question to ask. Yes, the percentages may vary from 10 to 90%, does not matter. What really matters is, how do you deliver projects to the customer? The core of WFX is the project manager. Why? Because it is a project manager who is answerable to the customer, making sure the product tastes good, the projects are delivered on time with high quality. It is a project manager who is responsible for connecting with the employees, the talent working on the project, making sure that they are fine, they have all the tools to deliver on the project, irrespective of where they are. And it is the project manager who is answerable to senior management of the company if things go wrong. So we decided last year to invest in the project manager, and we came up with WFX certification program. More than 200 of our project managers are certified on this WFX certification program, and they have the tools to stand in front of the customer and employees and deliver better. And that is what the future is going to be, and we will continue to invest in that. Of course, it's true that hot desking is going to be the norm, where an employee would come in and plug the laptop and will not have his or her own seat. And that will definitely result into some cost saving administratively, because the offices of tomorrow will never see 100% attendance. That's the truth, and we better embrace it. And the saving that we get from there, we are going to pump that vigorously into strengthening our IT, our security, because that's something that our customers will be worried about. We are going to invest that saving into our HR, in how we engage with our employees. We are going to invest in talent development of our employees, irrespective of where they are. So how is this investment talent going to be going forward? I'm very proud to say that last year, I think we made a massive change and a big step we took in setting up our Global Engineering Academy, which I think is world-class today. Over the last year, we have more than 200 certification programs, over 2,000 various engineering skills. We were able to virtually connect with engineers even before they joined us through our step-in program. They had Genesis program after they joined us. Even the laterals who join us go through a step-up program before we put them in customer engagements. Our whole academy is built on amazing systems and tools because we have invested in them, and we have, I think, a very high-class digital learning management system today. So what's the road ahead for Academy? First and foremost, it's amazing to see that our customers are now reaching out to us and saying, we want joint training programs with you. So Academy customer partnership is definitely strengthening as we move forward. We are setting up academies. I already spoke about that for many of our customers. We are also strengthening our partnership with universities and making a 360-degree relationship on 4 dimensions. 1, of course, for hiring talent. 2, joint R&D programs with universities. 3, faculty exchange program. We have faculties, they have faculty. Why do we not exchange faculty with each other? And 4, higher education for employees. While our academy does provide training to talent worldwide, this year we have also started hiring fresh engineers in the local geographies, and we will see GA getting engaged with these fresh engineers, enabling them and helping them get into customer engagements. The 4th dimension is our digital systems. All this is good, but we have to invest in the digital systems, which are extremely critical for our organization's strength. We talk of machine learning and AI for our customers, and we do that every day for our customers. The question is, how do we use AI in our own organization? How do we walk the talk? We will be investing in technologies which applies AI on hiring data, on employee satisfaction data, on customer satisfaction data, so that we can predict where the loyalties are, what actions we need to take beforehand, so that we can avoid mishaps. It's extremely important to invest in automation tools. I already spoke about Aura. All of this will help in improving productivity, which is going to be very key as we go forward. Over the years, we have built our application through bespoke tools. Right now, we are in the middle of SAP HANA implementation, where we are getting it all together and creating a collaborative platform. We truly believe that this will help our employees be more agile and take faster decisions. With the WFX model and employees all over the place, at home, at work, and sometime at vacation as well, it's very important that we take the data, business data, of course, in a secure manner, to the employee's mobile. And we are developing many applications and chatbots and tools which can reside in the mobile and help the engineers. And finally, I truly believe that not just in our company, but in our industry, there's a lot of talent, I should say a lot of surplus intellect that is available. Engineers, especially the young engineers, whenever I talk to them, they all say we can do more, throw more challenges at us. We will stretch and deliver. We believe if we have a crowdsourcing platform where we can throw good technical challenges, where our engineers can tap in and work extra, or even work smarter, I should say, in delivering on these platforms, creating assets, I think it'll keep them engaged better, and it'll be great for the engineering community as a whole. So all of this is good, but there is clearly an elephant in the room, I must say, that needs addressing. The question is, right now, across the industry, the attrition is very high. So what's happening? I truly believe that this is a phase, and this will stabilize over the next few quarters. So what are we doing about it? Our approach is very clear. We will focus on fundamentals of employee engagement, and not take any knee-jerk reactions. So what is special about work at LTTS? I often talk to engineers, junior engineers, middle managers, and ask them, why do you love LTTS? What makes you ticking here? And the first answer I always hear is, of course, brand is great, but LTTS is clearly the largest pure play engineering player here in India. And we feel that we are the first citizen in LTTS. And when you probe further, say, you know what, when we work in other companies, we are a second citizen because they also do engineering. They do IT and they also do engineering. So the IT guys always look like first citizens, and we are the distant second cousin. Whereas here we feel at home. We are the first citizen. We get to cross-pollinate, we get to apply technologies across industries. There's so many labs, we get to tinker in the labs, we can experiment, we can innovate. You guys encourage us so much about technologies, creating patents, that keeps us excited. We have never been told no for any idea that we had. Learning, technical learning is amazing, leadership learning is amazing. Last year we started, for example, a club called YABC, Youth Advisory Board to CEO. And this was a council where we asked the young engineers, the millennials and Gen Zs, we're only allowed in this council, by the way, to give ideas and advice to senior leadership like myself on any issues and challenges that we face. And I have been blown over by the amazing ideas that these young kids come up with. And these are the kind of things that our employees just love. technology always has been a core of the company. Another very interesting aspect that came out last year was the extent of connect employees felt in the COVID times. The fact that we invested in the isolation centers, we had an anytime doc, you could call the doctor anytime, vaccination drives, of course, we are still driving those. We had a one-touch program where the leaders would call employees. We touched more than 80% employees in the company, and the call was not to check how the project is going. The call was to check how are you doing, how's your family? And every single employee I have spoken to said that made me feel so special and so human. And I think these are the kind of things that really makes LTTS special for our employees. And we will not change that. So where are we now? We continue to celebrate technology every day. We continue to obsess on delivery excellence and our customers. We continue to nurture our best-in-class engineers and talent. And we will continue to invest in intelligent cognitive systems. Of course, without taking our eyes off those operational levers which will keep us going and which will keep the company, make the company better and better. For those of you who are into F1 car racing, you will know that it's most difficult to navigate in the turns, and the cars who have mastered that and who can lead in the turns are the ones that win. We are in an era where things are changing extremely rapidly. The future looks bright, but the change is here to stay. There's work from anywhere coming in. There is digital transformation happening every day, extreme offshoring happening every day. The change looks like is only constant. We are L&T Technology Services, here to engineer the change today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhi. So now we have heard from Amit talk about the strategy, Alind talk about the customer centricity, and Abhi talk about the operational strategy. I think you might have a lot of questions right now. So we will have the Q&A on strategy today, now, and I'm going to invite the three leaders who presented before and Rajiv, our CFO, to answer those questions that you have. Before we get there, a few instructions. For those of you on the Zoom platform, the way to ask a question is to raise your hand in the Zoom, and you can do that by pressing the reaction button or the more button, depending on which platform you are in. Once you raise your hand, then I can call out your name, and when I call out your name, you can then unmute yourself and switch on the camera so that we can see you. I will also request you to maybe restrict your questions to 2 so that we have time for all the participants here. This Q&A on strategy will be just about for 30 minutes. Can I now request the senior management to be broadcasted live, please? Hi, Amit and Alind. I hope the weather in New Jersey has improved. Can you hear me?
We had some very interesting rains, but yeah, we made it through.
So it was just
Glad
a
to be
storm in a
here.
teacup, is it?
Yeah.
Rajiv and Abhi, are you okay? You can hear me?
Doing well, Pinku. We can hear you absolutely fine.
Wonderful, great. So to the participants, I think if you can raise your hands, I can start calling out. Yeah, we'll have the first question from Pankaj of CLSA. Pankaj, can you come on camera, please?
Yeah, hi. This is Pankaj here. Thank you for the opportunity and excellent session so far. So congratulations to all of you. I have 2 questions. First, so I understood the technology difference between digital and what you have been doing in the past. If you can also help me understand how are digital engineering projects different from the traditional business in terms of deal commercials and execution? That is my first question. And my second question is the only area where I think you have probably not achieved the targets that you had initially aspired for is the IP monetization. So any updated view on that? Is that still an area you are focusing on? And if so, how are you changing your track to get better results? Thank you.
Sure. So I'll take that. Thank you so much. Can you hear me fine, Pinku?
A bit louder, Amit, if you can.
Okay, now?
Yeah, better. Thanks.
Perfect. Okay. So, Pankaj, thank you so much. So, number one, if you look at engineering and technology as we see it, Pankaj, when it comes to digital, what we saw, say, 2 years ago, or say, 4 years ago when we started it, there was a lot of POCs that were happening. And then over a period of time, those POCs converted to these projects converted to full-blown implementations of the platforms, of the rollouts, etc. So if we look at digital projects, and then from there, some of these digital projects have actually moved to actually sustenance mode. So if I look at it, the color of the digital projects, duration, has slightly changed, if I may, and they become larger envelope sizes as opposed to being short burst POCs. So that's one. Second, sustaining a digital platform and sustaining a legacy platform that's not digital is about the same, if you ask me, from a process standpoint. Of course, digital platforms and projects that we execute require a lot more of Scrum models and Scrum teams, etc. That legacy doesn't. But one thing for sure that we've seen, and maybe COVID could have accelerated some of this, that we do see that digital is the work that we're doing is actually more amenable to a lot more offshoring. One. Second, digital does command a premium today. Now, this is always a moving factor, but does command a premium. So those are two things on digital and traditional. Thank you for asking us about the IP monetization. I was expecting this to come up from somebody. So here's what we have done. Okay? If you heard me, we've taken the five segments. We've taken the four horizontals, and we've actually focused them in 6 areas, or six bets as we call them. And therefore, for these 6 bets, there'll be a lot of reusable assets. As Shell and Seema cover later today, and then Prabhakar will talk, you will see some of those reusable assets being showcased to you. We have got a team that focuses only on sale of reusable assets, but we are majorly trying to take this as accelerators that we can take to our clients. Are we successful in terms of monetizing the IP? I will honestly admit to you, there is work to be done in that area, but I believe that as we progress the bets forward, we will be able to take it forward. I was in the Bay Area about last week. Yeah, last week I was in the Bay Area and met a client who was one of those Maslow logos, right? And proud to share that our testing tool called Cognition has been purchased by them to be able to be leveraged for testing for themselves. So you will not see a lot of big bang coming out in that in terms of us making large announcements, but we'll do it in conjunction with the bets. But reusable assets is absolutely a part and parcel of the journey, and monetization will happen, but a lot more work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. We can take the next question from Vibhor Singhal of Phillip Capital.
Sure.
Vibhor, are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes.
Yeah. Hello, Amit. Hi. Hello, everybody. I hope everybody is doing great. So, Amit, 2 questions from my side. So, one, I wanted to check with you, like, we have seen in the IT services industry, because of the pandemic, basically, a lot of changes have happened and a lot of things have got preponed. So let's say the cloud adoption got preponed, and basically there's a increasing demand from Europe, which was probably expected sometime later, but it's kind of got accelerated. So any such changes that we have seen in our engineering services domain in terms of, let's say, more acceptability of our services, new domains which we are expecting to probably open up in 3-4 years time, opening up right away, any some sustainable changes that you might have seen? And my second question is, it's been over a year since Altran was acquired by Capgemini. It's completely integrated into their business as of now, as we speak. Any change in the competitive landscape that you have seen because of their integration? Are they more aggressive now? Are they more selective? Or is it status quo? And how has that impacted our, let's say, bidding ability or our growth potential in both the domains?
Sure. So, Vibhor, in terms of changes that COVID has created, right? I'll be honest in admitting that the pace of digitization or digitalization has absolutely accelerated. I mean, so let me explain. If I do, so for us, digital is digital products and digital manufacturing, two parts, right? And again, I don't want to steal thunder away from my colleagues, they will talk later today. So you'll switch off, you'll say, the presentations are over. I want you to hear them because there's a lot of stuff they will cover. You see, I'll tell you, when you look at digital products, right, there are three components, right? I do believe that products talking to each other has definitely accelerated. Earlier, you used to have, a one-to-one relationship, right? You're seeing a many-to-many relationship happening between devices and people accelerating towards that. Second thing is, with absenteeism going up in factories, right? And not that people are being lazy, it's just because of the COVID and the environment. At the same time, business has to continue. We've all realized. I mean, like I said, on the Bay Area coming back, about 9 hours totally airport to airport door with a mask, right? It's not easy. You feel like pinching your nose and saying, what the hell, let me get it. Let me take the mask off, right? But business, you have to continue. You have to move on with that. So the point I'm making is that digital has and technology adoption is definitely accelerated. So that's one change. Second is that the second thing that we see that is happening right now is that the offshore acceptability. My colleague Abhi talked about it. The offshore acceptability has definitely gone up, right? And that I think is something that is again even accelerated because of COVID and the environment we are in, right? Third thing that we've seen is that people are becoming a lot more care about a secure environment. See, we were worried at one time that there's so many gig workers, right? People will give work out, and people like us will be cut loose, etc. That's not happened. They want to work with gig workers, but they want to work through us because they want that security bubble to come in through us, or the consistency bubble or the process bubble to come through us. So I do see that these three things significantly have changed. But you will, when Prabhakar talks, when Nitin talks, Shell talks, Seema talks, they will bring out that part with you, and the fireside chat that we have later. They will talk to you as well about the pace. But these three things: so digital, offshoring, and ability to cyber security, etc. Three things that we have seen. Your second question was around Altran and CAP coming together. Look, we respect competition. We appreciate what they bring to the world. Many years ago, a younger me would have told you what competition. But we all get gray hair, no hair, all that, and become wiser. And I'll tell you that there is competition, right? But let me peel the onion for you on that. See, in the US, I don't see them, right? Very honestly. I see them in Europe, right? But more than in the areas of product engineering, I see them more in the digital supply chain side, definitely. Because see, again, you understand digital manufacturing as, so we go from, so there's sensors, there's PLCs, there is SCADA, HMI, then you got MES, and then you got ERP. That's the stack, right? So CAP has the strength of coming in from ERP to MES, and we go from sensors to MES, right? Is that MES layer where you rub against each other. We respect the work they do, the maturity they bring. The biggest thing is that they are more a local player in France. Right? France is not a big geo for us. But having said that, Europe, we do see them, and we have our fair share of wins. They have their fair share of wins. But has it become expounded because they merged? I don't think so. I mean, they've always been there, a respectable company. We respect competition.
Great. Thanks a lot for taking my questions.
Thank you, Amit, for the detailed answer.
Pinku, I know there's sun coming in. Do you want me to turn off the blinds, or we're okay?
That's fine, Amit. Shows you in a better light. We can have the next question from Parik Jain of Parik Consulting. Parik, are you on?
Yeah.
Parik, you don't post this on LinkedIn. You can ask any question.
Okay. Right. So first of all, I think good to hear about your $1.5 billion vision. So my question is like, Amit, and what you said about the technology is like in this decade, a lot of technology spend will increase. And you said as the client acceptance of offshoring has increased. So we believe the inflection point has come, that we will have the next growth slope, but we are not seeing yet in the numbers. So when do you think that we will start seeing in the numbers also this inflection point, that many large programs like you won the 100 million deals and all and other things start coming in?
So Parik, two things here. One is that, and you do a lot of analysis of spends, etc. You'll agree with me that the ER&D addressable spend is going to increase. Last year was a bad year. I mean, the spends came down by 6%, not for us but worldwide, right?
Yeah.
And they went from 1.49. I mean, one data point I saw was they went from 1.5 trillion down to 1.4 trillion.
Right.
So they were supposed to get to 1.6 trillion, right? But we do expect that this will accelerate and go up to accelerate or expand from 1.4 odd trillion to about anything between 1.8 trillion to about 2 trillion. Right? So we see that that we all seeing that data. Second, what's happened is that we've seen consistently we've been delivering at about 4% sequential growth quarter on quarter over the last 4 quarters, right? And I'm sure when Rajiv talks, you'll see the numbers come out and you'll see that happen. We've also provided a guidance of between 15 to 17% growth this year, organic growth this year, right? That's the range we've already talked about. Of course, we aspire to do whatever more can happen, etc. I am excited about the fact that the number of conversations, for me, the lead indicator always is number of conversations, number of meetings, etc. Right? And how many people are truly willing to meet you and talk to you, etc. I was in the Bay Area and LA area the last 2 weeks, but across 5 days, we had about 15 meetings. One of those was a private event that was hosted by academia, which I attended, about 10 CXOs. We were together for about 3 hours. Other 14 were face-to-face meetings. Now, interestingly, some of them were by a business park that the hotels have created next to poolside, right? To make sure everybody meets outside. But people are meeting. In even one conversation, did not hear a pullback. Right? So I do believe that, and it's not just me, my colleague Rajiv and Abhi is in Bangalore. Rajiv is in Bangalore today. They are meeting some people at some of our local customers there. Alin, my colleague on the call, has been doing travel, etc. So it's coming back. So I believe the conversations are happening, the spends are coming up. It takes a little bit of time, and it also has to, how soon do you ramp up, etc. So there's a multiple factors there. But rest assured, Parik, that we're not going to stop at 1.5. We will try aim is to get to $2 billion.
Right.
How soon and how fast, we are as impatient to do it. Our board is impatient to do it. We'll see.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit and Parik. We can take the next question from Mukul Garg of Motilal. Mukul, are you on?
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, go ahead, Mukul.
Thank you. I think thanks a lot first to the management. Very interesting commentary. And Amit, first of all, about your FY25 target. Interesting to see 1.5 billion and just a couple of thoughts or points around that. You have in past struggled to kind of maintain or meet the targets. What steps have you undertaken this time, given that this is a 5-year view, to avoid those pitfalls? Another way to put this is, what are the key risks you see, for your aspirations over next 5 years. The second question, Amit, is basically the flip of this. If you look at your guidance, 1.5 by FY25 in a market which is multiple times bigger than this, leaving you still a smaller player in the overall ER&D ecosystem. What is the limiting factor, for you to, just aspire for 1.5? Is scale a factor, which is inhibiting ability to take on larger deals, or is there anything else which is kind of keeping you tethered to 1.5?
Sure, thank you. So I'm going to try and address some of this, Mukul, and then I want to request my colleague Rajiv to pitch into this as well. So number one, Mukul, every business has risks, right, that we have to deal with. What we've seen that has unsettled us. So if we look at our trajectory at 484, and for some of you that have followed us for some more time are aware that when we started this journey in 2009, we were at about $60 odd million, and then we ran for 3 years. We added IES, PES, merged, came together and became LTTS, and then grew from there. So we saw ourselves in the past deliver. So we went from 484 to 580 to 723 to 786. So the growth years that we had was because we were able to ramp up with our deals, etc. Our ability to add revenue did not go down. The reason we slowed down in FY20 and of course degrew in FY21. The FY20 impact was truly because of two client events. One which major client decided to insource and change their strategy, and the second one that shut down their own 5G operations and sold it off. So these were client events, if I may. What did we learn from that? And Alin tried to talk to that as well. Is that how do we make sure we de-risk by having multiple clients of a certain size as opposed to one or two, right? So, and that has been one strategy that we've implemented fairly strongly. So whenever we see a client coming up to near about 30 million or 20 million, we want to make sure which are the other three that are the same size, so we don't have a problem again, right? A. B is that within the same client, we go wider, different personalities, different business units, etc. So if one business unit shut down, the other is there. Having said that, do I have all the answers on a client run? I do not. Right? But that's what is our major one risk that we continue to work on an ongoing basis. Second, of course, a risk that we have is attrition, and are we then able to manage by being able to backfill talent, etc. Abhi spoke a lot about it in terms of being able to manage it by different schemes and programs that we are doing. I can assure you that our attrition will be lower than industry. That growth want to be higher than industry, but attrition want to be lower than industry. These two things we will play with both of these, right? So those are the two risks that we have. And I'm going to, once I finish the pure play part, I'm going to, your why only 1.5, I will request Rajiv to add to the risk part and others. But if I look at, why 1.5 and why not 2, and then, what is inhibiting the growth? So if you look at our business basics, a part of our revenue or addressable market also gets done by the client themselves. I mean, they are not marketing companies. These are manufacturing, engineering companies on their own right, and they have a right to be able to do their own major designs, etc. Every client that we have, they keep on having this discussion: what is core, what is non-core, what is core to me, and that changes, right? And they may want to give you a little bit of the core to accelerate their development. Non-core they'll give you for cost, right? And ease, etc. So these things continue to change. So the numbers that we have put up, or what we think that we'll be able to get to, I do not want to miss guidance that I have given, right? And not to say that earlier we wanted to do it and now we are trying to do differently. Absolutely not. We never ever want to miss guidance that we have given. I feel this is a good number to go after, be able to get to. If I look at my numbers in Q1 itself, we are on a $820 odd million run rate already. And I do believe that we are fairly certain that we'll be able to get to these numbers. But inhibiting us, I don't think that the size inhibits us. We are able to leverage beyond our size if we need to. I have never not been invited to an RFP or a process or a contest because I was, 700 or 600 million dollars. So I do believe that there is a lot more that can happen. Rajiv, would you like to add, please? And
Sure,
Pinku, I will
Amit.
actually just take the blind turn
Sure.
out of it.
So, Mukul, an interesting one. Maybe I'll add a few points to what Amit already talked about. You may have already seen in Alin's presentation, and some of these are numbers that are visible in terms of the analyst reports. So if you look at the ER&D industry, slated to grow from about $1.5 trillion that it stands to be today to about $1.9 trillion over a 3 to 4 year period, right? And that's something Alin talked about. Now, why am I citing these numbers is because essentially the way we are looking at growth for LTTS, right, and our aspiration of $1.5 billion by FY25 is really on two counts, right? The market, where it is really heading. Second is, if we really look at our growth over the last 4 to 5 years, we've grown at a CAGR of almost 17% plus. So our ability to demonstrate over the next 3 years really comes out from the market and of course what we've delivered in the past. The second thing, when I talk about the risk that you say to these numbers, one, our ability to broad base. So if you look at all our segments over the past 4 quarters, we've consistently seen growth across all the segments. The fact that we can see broad basing allows us to manage both the macro and the micro risk. And some of this I will, of course, cover in my presentation towards the latter part of the day. So by addressing the macro and the micro risk of one segment, we can still see relatively growing across. So today, apart from the fact that we'll see another black swan event, we don't think that there are going to be major risks. Of course, there will be technology shifts, there will be other aspects that will come in, but we are well poised to capitalize and optimize on some of those developments that come forward.
Thank you, Amit and Rajiv.
Thank you.
We'll take the next question from Apurva Prasad of Elara Capital. Apurva, are you on? Apurva, looks like you're having some difficulty joining. I think we'll move to the next participant. Can I have Kunal Thayal of Bank of America? Kunal, are you on?
Hey, Pinku. Yes, I am.
Hi, Kunal.
I hope you can hear me. Hi. Amit, firstly, thank you so much for the presentation so far. Been very comprehensive and exciting. And look, we fully appreciate the opportunity in front of the company. I mean, what I was hoping to understand a bit more about is, are you also beginning to see from the clients that they're willing to consider engineering outsourcing as a more structured program? So, maybe because of the fact that digital engineering is so much more important now, maybe time to market is still a very important parameter for most of your clients or customers. You could, going ahead, see more, definitive allocation of budgets towards engineering programs, as opposed to, just discussing it on an ad hoc basis. And again, what I'm hoping to get is, sure, growth prospects are great. Is there a change on the visibility part as well? Thanks.
Sure. So Kunal, two things here. Number one is that clients normally leverage us. So many years ago, it all started about cost. And let's be very honest about it. It all started with cost. But over the last few years, it's changed. So without boring you on the trajectory, if I look at today, there are actually 4 levers that people come to us for to address. Speed, scale, cost, talent. Right? Those are 4 levers that they come to us for again and again. Right? Now, the way to address it is not by throwing only people at it, but actually developing technology accelerators, reusable assets, components that we can take. And I'm going to request my colleague Abhi, after I finish, to actually add color to this on how he is delivering to some of these aspects when clients come to us, right? And maybe he'll take a couple of examples of recently what's happened. But if you look at, so that's one, right? In terms of where they are, why they are leveraging us. Second, what this also means is that we have seen our clients also mature over a period of time. Can't do it like we say. We have to coexist with the India centers of our clients. They have also turned around and they say now that there is stuff that is core that I will do. There is stuff that is core but needs speed. I'll let you do it, and then I'll pull it back in house and do the rest of it myself, right? Or I'll have you augment it, etc. There are times they say, for the scale part, I need you because I will never need scale forever and ever. I was in fact talking to one of the meetings I had in the Bay Area. He was saying there's a lot of demand, but I do believe that some of this demand is being double counted. And he said, if I look at it, I think about 20% is double counted in terms of two people requiring the same thing, right? For example, if, and I'm not confirming, denying this is a client or not, but let's say a telecom major is doing a 5G rollout. Two companies are bidding on it, so they are asking for work to be done, but only one will win, right? But that's the reality. So, but he said there's about 80% of the demand is here to stay, and that's why we are ramping up with the way we are ramping up with you. Not one conversation, a touch wood. It was only about 12 months, or no, not 12. Now we are in September, right? So it was April, May, June of last year. May of last year, we saw enough cancellation notices coming. So it was not so long ago, right? But we haven't seen any sign of stuff leveling off, coming back. People are talking about demand, and we are excited about the prospects. Avi, would you like to add about how we are sustainably trying to deliver this?
Yes, thanks, Amit. And Kunal, like Amit said, we clearly see a shift in the way the work is coming to us, and I think this is there to stay. It's not about bodies and how it used to be earlier. So when you said, are we seeing more outsourcing like in the IT side where the work is packaged and given to you? Do we see more of that happening? Absolutely, yes. I think when I mentioned about extreme offshoring, I was also trying to allude to that. You cannot extremely offshore unless you're willing to give away. And many examples where, in fact, even if you look at the nature of business and the business models, commercial models, there's a shift. We are starting to see where customers are not just saying time and material or fixed price. There are deals which are coming in outcome-based pricing. There are deals, in fact, just earlier we were discussing a deal with a customer which is based on Scrums-based pricing. So you deliver a Scrum and you get paid for the Scrum, right? It is not how many people you put in the Scrum. There is a Scrum. There is a number of people. This is the number of weeks for a Scrum. Simple, medium, complex. Deliver, get paid. It's a very different shift. And these are leading customers. These are not small guys, because we anyway work with the large customers. So I clearly see a shift in outsourcing patterns itself and more confidence to service providers like us.
Alan, would you like to add something on the demand before we go to the next question?
Yeah, sure, Amit. I'll do it quickly. So look, if you think about the way that the customers are spending, they're all looking for those long-term trends, which is where they want to be. And if you look at the fundamental areas that they are talking about, like we saw electric vehicle or 5G, or we look at sustainability, these are all things that would happen over the next 3 to 5 years. The outcome is not going to come in a year or so. So what that has changed in the last, I would say 12 months or 18 months or so, is that they are looking at picking up partners who are going to be with them through that journey. And that's exactly what Abhi and Amit were talking about, that these are programs that we are signing up for with them, where they know that we are going to be with them through that journey for next 3 to 5 years. And this is helping us prepare well, deliver well. And this trend is going to continue as we see for the next 18 to 24 months for sure, as we sign up more and more customers.
We're also trying to get more, so Kunal, we're trying to get more lab deals, others, so that we are more sticky business and stays around as well. So that's part of what we do. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks to the management team. I think we are just over the 30-minute mark. There are some raised questions, raised hands, and we will take them on priority at the end of the second half, where we have the full house with the open, with the senior leadership again. We'll take a short break now. We'll see you at the other end of the break with more exciting stuff about what we have done in our labs, the deep dives into the 5 big bets, and more. So stay tuned. And meanwhile, you can see a countdown timer on your screens to help you know when we are back. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When we engineer solutions that would be impactful for thousands of lives, be it a ventilator or an AI tool for radiology, we hold ourselves accountable to make them perfect. That's what makes LTTS stand out, for a commitment to deliver excellence.
We are stepping into a new future where the way we move, the way we communicate are going to change forever. LTTS is at the center of this paradigm shift and driving innovations that will accelerate this change worldwide.
Through our Global Engineering Academy, we are enabling scale by empowering our employees with the skill set necessary to stay ahead of the curve.
The equation to drive change and scale is incomplete without sustainability. At LTTS, we are leveraging our deep engineering DNA to develop solutions for a sustainable future and help our customers become carbon neutral.
Welcome back. I hope you had enough time for a refreshing coffee break. So the second half of this IED is going to be about what we do in the world of engineering, how we engineering scale, what are our plans to scale up some of these big bets that we talked about. We're going to have the leaders of 3 of those big bets talk to you about their plans to scale. EACV, which is electric, autonomous, and connected vehicle, followed by digital manufacturing services, and AI and digital products. Over to you, Shell, with EACV.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Shailendra Srivastav, Global Head, Transportation Vertical. Me, along with Seema Ganekar, Global Head, Industrial and Consumer Product, will be presenting one of the big bets for LTTS. The big bet is EACV, that is electric, autonomous, and connected vehicles. Let me share my presentation with you. Over the decades, the transportation industry has seen a significant change. From being a mechanical focused industry, it has moved into a software focused industry. Earlier, people used to look at interiors, the body type, which was more mechanical oriented. But now people talk about features, which is electrification, connected, the infotainment, all of which is basically a software. So the cars or the automotive is becoming a software driven entity. I'm sure all of you would have heard ACES or CASE acronym, which basically means automated, connected, electrified, and shared mobility. This is the trend. This is where the investments are going on. The governments have put severe restrictions on the carbon emission. And most of our customers, the OEMs, have already declared that they would be going electric by 2030 or 2035. In line with the trends which are there in the market, LTTS has also defined its strategy along the same areas: electrification, connected, and autonomous. Electrification has 2 aspects. One is the onboard, everything that goes on the car. And secondly is offboard, which basically is the charging infrastructure. Connected has infotainment, connected solutions, V2X, and autonomous has various features of lane detection, signage detection, drive without a driver. These are the areas where LTTS is also focusing on. In the next few slides, we'll demonstrate to you the areas where LTTS has invested. So many of you who are part of our last meet would have seen the car which we are showing on the left. This was our first generation car which we electrified. Again, this was a non-auto grade electrification which we did to demonstrate our end-to-end capabilities in electrification. Again, every part of this electrification was done by our team. Now I would like to introduce eVolts. That's our next generation electrified car. We have taken a sedan, which was an IC engine, we removed it and we have electrified it. Here also, every component which we are designing and developing is in-house, and everything is with auto grade and auto standards. We have followed functional safety, we have followed ASPICE and also SL levels for this. Every product or system which we have designed is a reusable system, be it an inverter, be it a converter, motor, transmission, everything is scalable. Over and above this, we have designed certain frameworks and new technologies. For example, the rapid prototyping suite which we have. Here, it's a multi-physics, multi-model suite. We have to give the parameters which are required for our car, and it will give the design parameters for individual components. And once we have designed, we can bring those software and test it if it is performing in the same way or not. The DAP technology, dual active bridge, it's a single board. A lot of work is going on across various OEMs and tier ones in this area. We have been able to deliver a product which can be used as a single board, either for taking the power from grid to the batteries or from the batteries to the grid, just by changing the software. So a lot of investments and research we are putting together in this area. We had been talking about end-to-end services. We talked about design, we talked about development, but testing also is equally important when it comes to the EVs. We realized this way ahead that EV testing is going to be critical. So we have set up a lab in Bangalore which can test different components of EV. This lab can test motors, inverters, converters, even the battery packs. We can perform endurance tests, performance tests, and functional tests on that. Now we can use this as individual components, or we can put all the components together and test it as a system. Our investment in the car and this lab has generated significant interest from our customers. In last 2 quarters, we have been able to win certain engagements with our customer where we want to provide them end-to-end solutions in the EV products. I'll like to hand it over to Seema now, who will talk about the off-board charging and also the connected vehicles. Seema, over to you.
Thanks, Shailendra. In Industrial Products Business Unit, we are working with many electrical OEMs in the area of AC to DC and DC to DC chargers, converters, inverters, and battery storage units. Good experience in the renewable energy space also, both in solar and wind. And we are leveraging this experience to foray into the off-board charging infrastructure space. We have set up an off-board charging station in our Baroda campus. We are providing multiple source inputs for the energy, solar, battery, as well as coming from the main grid. And we are in the process of installing the hydrogen fuel cells also. We will provide the AC charging as well as the fast DC charging options. The highlight of this particular setup is the optimized hybrid energy controller unit, which actually ensures that the domain experience which we have over the years from the electrical OEMs is used in providing an effective and intelligent charging mechanism. The experience which we have in setting up the infrastructure will help us understand the nuances in designing a multi-source complex hybrid setup infrastructure and providing design services to utility companies, as well as setting up charging infrastructure for large complexes, smart cities, as well as for captive plant. From the electrical charging aspect, let us now shift our gears to the cool aspect, that is the connected car technology. We have experience in working on multiple facets for connected car. We have designed a digital cockpit which integrates different display units like infotainment, navigation, and cluster. We have worked on patented Bluetooth multicasting technology and also worked for camera-based gesture control units. The digital product services team, which he has, it helps us to provide the mobile adaptation as well as the cloud connectivity for the connected car. The diverse industry segment experience which LTTS has is a true differentiator, and the cross-poly innovation has definitely benefited all the business segments which LTTS serves. We all know that consumer electronics is a very fast-moving industry, and we have good experience on working on 5G modem development and integration for the consumer electronic devices. So when the 5G started getting integrated in automobile devices, we have actually used that experience and supporting multiple 4G, 5G testing scenarios, as well as handover technologies and vehicle-to-vehicle testing. Another technology from consumer electronics, which is getting very popular in automobiles, is voicification. We are an Alexa service integration partner from Amazon, and we are using this experience to develop the built-in Alexa device for multiple car accessories based on multiple automobile OEM requirements. We'll be demoing many of these features in the demonstration, which you will be seeing soon. I'm requesting Shailendra to take over the autonomous vehicle experience, which we have in LTTS. Thank you.
Thanks, Seema. Now let's talk on the autonomous vehicle. As I'd been telling that LTTS always believes in end-to-end solutions, here also we are taking the same approach. While many of the algorithms are developed and deployed by various agencies, we believe it's not only about algorithms, but also the control systems, the mechatronics part of it as well. So we have integrated our algorithms, our capabilities on mechatronics, and also sensor fusion in this particular vehicle. We have a LiDAR, we have 2 cameras, we have 1 radar, and about 14 ultrasonic sensors utilized to define this autonomous vehicle. All the algorithms are home-built, homegrown, and integrated into this. This gives our customers a view of our end-to-end capabilities on the autonomous vehicle. While we have shown these capabilities, while we work on upcoming areas, while we understand what is required in the market, we always focus on our drive framework, which is we keep developing competencies for the next generation products. We keep redefining our skill sets, our game plan, based on what is required in the market. We innovate. The classic example is our lab. Velocity. We work with our customers and defining how fast we can build the teams, how fast we can deliver the solutions. And engage. We engage with our customers, we engage with our partners to provide right type of solution to our customers. Thank you.
Thank you, Shail. My name is Prabhakar Shetty. I head the digital manufacturing services at Larsen & Toubro Technology Services. I'm going to take you through the journey in terms of how we are solving customers' manufacturing-related problems. Most of the customers are looking at ways of improving the value chain performance across design and manufacturing. Industry 4.0 has infused a new purpose to the whole activity. Two other elements which are going to really impact this will be one, the technology advancements, whether it is hardware, software, the application landscape, the cost of technology, the development options, and second is the last 2 years of COVID. This has brought in a huge mindset change in terms of openness to adopt new technology ideas, openness to adopt remote ideas, openness to adopt what I call as transformational, business transformational ideas. This is actually reflected in the screen you are seeing now. Most of the projects now are moving away from pilot to actual implementation and execution phase. Moving on to the next slide. If you look at a customer context, since this whole activity means a lot of transformation, which also brings in the amount of disruption, we see most of the customers doing these projects in-house. Only about 8 to 10% are outsourced to services or consulting partners, which definitely shows that there's a headroom in terms of growth for those players who can sort of get their act right in terms of combination of services, solutions, and technology. One other element is the Industry 4.0 or digital transformation initiatives in this sector are not anymore limited to manufacturing operations. They're going beyond that into after sales, into design, into supply chain. That is something which will give wider opportunities and also newer challenges in terms of how you structure. When we look at this problem and ways of saddling this opportunity tsunami which is coming, we considered three elements. One is design to retire, that is a product element. Second is supplier to customer, which is a supply chain element. And third is automation shop floor to top floor, which is the enterprise element. Now, this obviously means that it's not about just looking at manufacturing. It is not about just looking at the OT architecture or just the manufacturing side of technology. It is transformation of entire enterprise itself, which will bring me to the next point. How do you sort of approach this kind of problem? Your definition of use cases need to change. Your problem statements have to be more integrated. For example, if I'm talking about collaborative design, a collaborative design will not only involve the design function, but also involve the manufacturing, the after sales, and probably the customer also participates. Can blockchain influence your supply chain integrity? Can it help make your supply chain more robust in terms of managing alerts, events, so on and so forth? I think many of these technologies are leveraged better if we have answers to these use case and problem statement definitions cutting across functions. How do we solve this problem? We started this activity of investing in not only people, but technology as well as a organization structure about 5 years back. We deliver this kind of solutions through a structure of 5 core practices, which fundamentally address core functions like design, manufacturing, asset lifecycle, content, and engineering process. Each of these practices come with a deep domain expertise and functional expertise, and they leverage best of breed technologies in that area. Like, for example, PLM might work with Siemens, PTC, Dassault. Okay? And most important, we bring together all these three elements by getting in use cases which is predating on our vertical knowledge. Like, for example, a heavy machinery can be seen as simplistic, heavy machinery, all verticals. That's not the case. The machinery could be different, having different attributes for, say, medical devices. It could be having a very distinct attribute for an industrial product. So we can appreciate and sort of bake into our solutions and propositions simply because we come from more like a brick and mortar bottoms up approach. Moving on, as I said earlier, there are key technologies which is really impacting this landscape, whether it is cloud, AR, VR, analytics, digital twin, or the 5G or IoT. But what is important is how do you make this technology solve your actual problems on the ground? Can it be a top-down approach? Then you might not achieve much, but we take a bottoms-up approach, cutting across 2 dimensions. One is you're looking at the functions itself, that is a design, manufacturing, or operations. Second is which sector is a problem being solved, whether it is foundational, operational, or cognitive. As you can see on the screen, the cross-section of this means we are pointing to a specific problem in that area and addressing a solution or building a solution. Like, for example, 5G for us is not an exact point. 5G for us is something which is probably solving the age-old problem of what we call as the wired networks in the shop floor. 5G can solve my problem in terms of machine connectivity. Cloud for me is something which will help me get a lot of data in one place. Cloud for me is pre-configured solutions. Okay, so effectively what we are telling is many of these solutions had to be sort of paraphrased into particular sectors, particular contexts. Then probably the adoption is far more easier, and there is a realization of value too. Now, when you have a plethora of technologies, what three we would want to invest? We have picked up cloud, digital twin, and IoT based for two reasons. One, as I said, this helps me solve the problem across a value chain, as I said, integrated use cases. Second, these are the areas where we see maximum investment happening because these are the areas which are driving the change. Like if you look at cloud, our approach to cloud is not from an infrastructure standpoint. Our approach to cloud is, can I build a prefabricated PLM solution which will have, say, 25 processes? We have that, like APQP, PPAP, everything built in. Can have a ALM solution which is pre-configured. We have a Factory Next framework which helps any large customer migrate from an in-premise engineering application framework to a cloud-based framework. Similarly, look at digital twin. Again, twin can be complex, but can you sort of decompose that into problems at different layers? It could be process, it could be asset, it could be a line. That is one way of looking at it. Then graduate it to different functions. It could be a design twin, it could be operations twin and service twin. Okay. And when we look at building twin, we keep our options open. Many times we build the twins based on the enterprise applications of our partners. For example, Dassault 3DS platform, PTC ThingWorks. Okay. Depending on the customer context, we take this approach. Second, if there is a manufacturing operation problem, we would use the existing line PLCs and use cognitive learning or machine learning algorithms baked into this line PLCs and build that so that the customer's investment is protected. And you're again contextualizing the digital twin to solve problems of operation. And third most important element is, when you have this plethora of data coming in, what are you going to do with data? We have built a concept called as enterprise manufacturing intelligence, which collects data from three areas. One, what we call is that live data coming from your alerts, data points, applications. Second is what we call as raw data. Okay. This could be coming from your sensors, PLCs, and SCADA. And third, most important, is calculated data. It could be your predictive maintenance thing, simulation engines, and all. We are trying to aggregate all this as what we call as enterprise manufacturing bus, and on that, juxtapose or build our use cases in terms of solving actual practical problems for customers. And we are able to do that simply because, as I mentioned earlier, our approach to problem is more hands-on and I would say more domain-centric, rather than trying to say that technology is the starting point. It's the problem statement which is a starting point for us. Now, one of the problems we observed in our Industry 4.0 cases, or the experience our customers are having, is lack of confidence of key stakeholders. This is simply because when they start the pilot or any implementation, the time to value, time to realization, time to a key stakeholder seeing what is in it for him is very, very long. Or is it too complex, or he is not involved in it? To expedite this, we have built a set of about 25 odd solutions, like what you see on the screen, which are prefabricated. We have baked in complex use cases with the clear KPIs and outcomes. It is built on robust technology platform, and this can be implemented within short period of time, which simply means that user sees the outcome probably in a month's time or a few weeks' time, and the overall confidence in a implementation roadmap for a larger transformation or Industry 4.0 project is much better, and there's a huge participation from the stakeholders. Now, coming to the overall summary and substance of what we are doing, like I mentioned, one, the industry is changing, technology is changing, the use cases and problem identification have to be synced up. We have to align these two. We have to bring in what I call as the new age technologies, whether it's the twin or anything else, to sort of decompose that into what I call as specific contextual problems. Some of the examples you can see on the screen, I can touch on a couple of them. Like the first one is for a beverage major, we are building what is called as a paperless factory. The entire initiative is called so, where we are replacing the traditional manufacturing execution systems and all processes which are going to take more than 20 minutes, which needs human interaction into this system. Okay, and this is going to be a huge exercise because customer has about 90 plants. We have gone live with about 3 plants, and this is also going to set the context of how we are going to look at this industry sector in future. And this is built on an IoT platform, and we are also baking in a lot of other solutions as we are going on this journey. I would also like to touch on the last one, which is Energy and Sustainability Manager. This is a solution we have built with 2 purposes. One is active energy management, an enterprise application for energy management. It's not just about audit. This is based on ISO 5001. It can baseline energy. It has energy performance indicators. It has non-compliance monitoring. Non-compliance can be converted into key projects or what I call as improvement projects. Customer can do spot buying of energy. We have also added a sustainability element to it because that is something which is coming up very, very fast on the rear view mirror. We are using both SBTi as well as the greenhouse gas norms. And since we have a application which sort of sits on all the control systems and energy managers, we can monitor and track most of the what I call as the sustainability parameters. So the combination of all this means that when we go to the customer, we are doing a peer level conversation, which most of our key stakeholders appreciate, rather than trying to throw complex technology at him. So I would like to thank you, and I would like to invite my colleague for the next session.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nitin Jain. I'm the Global Head of Digital Products and Services at LTTS. If we split the last 250 years into innovation cycles, we'll see that we are in the 6th innovation cycle right now. This innovation cycle is primarily driven by 3 things. 1, IoT and AI. 2, robotics and drones. And 3, clean technology. It clearly is driven, all of these things are clearly driven by the fact that the world of digital and physical is coming together. Now, what does that mean? And a lot of our clients are also telling us that traditional sectors that are now facing what I call as a digital or dead scenario, where they know that they will not be able to survive without making the smart products and converting their physical products into digital products or smarter products. At LTTS, we call the whole phenomena as digital, which brings the artificial intelligence piece, the gamut of digital technologies, and the physical products together to create a very unique proposition at LTTS. We saw the whole phenomena starting about a couple of years back, and COVID has now accelerated the whole thing up. Let's double click into digital and see what it really means for us. Digital is the world of connected, collaborative, and intuitive products. Connected is when a physical product is smart enough to generate data, and that data can be analyzed by people and right actions can be taken based on that data. Collaborative is when you take that to the next level, where the product is now smart enough to even analyze that data on its own and take appropriate actions. Not only that, the product can also talk to other products. And intuitive is taking that to the next level, where not only the product is smart enough to take action based on the data it analyzes, it actually knows how to work in an ecosystem of other products and takes the whole automation and experience to the next level. This is more human-like and will change. This is like smart homes of 10 years from now. And that's going to change the world that we are living in. Now, if you were to take this in an industrial products example, a machine can be connected when the machine is generating data, and that data can be analyzed by people and appropriate actions can be taken. It moves into the collaborative stage when the machine is generating data, and basis that data, it knows it needs to be healed. It sends the signal to the healing team, to the mechanical team, to the mechanics who can then take appropriate action, come and fix it. In an intuitive world, the machine is not only analyzing data and it knows that it needs to be fixed, it's sending a signal to a human-like robot who can come and fix the machine as well. And that's a new version, a very human-like version of self-healing machines. That's digital for us. Now, all of this, in terms of technology, when we peel the layers, becomes even more interesting. Let me take you through that. Let's take a look at what it means to us from a technology standpoint. When we look at creating connected, collaborative, and intuitive products, I'll give you very simple 5 steps from a technology standpoint. The first step is when a physical product is taken and sensors are added, or what I call as IoTization, that's done for the product to be able to generate data. That's step number 1, IoTization. Step number 2 is what I call as user centricity. Why? Because if you create a smart product, you create a skill gap. Gap for the users to be able to use that product, gap for people to be able to service that product. So user centricity is important. The third is what I call as modernization. From infrastructure as a service to software as a service to platform as a service to now products as a service. This is where the entire cloud processing or high compute power, the security piece of it, the DevOps piece of it will sit in. The fourth is data insights. You cannot have smart, connected, collaborative, intelligent products without data insights. And the fifth is what I call as IT-OT convergence, because all of this is operational technologies and it has to be integrated with the IT world in order to be able to use all of these products as a part of an ecosystem. So each of these 5 steps and the technologies used in each of these steps, at LTTS, we've got digital practices catering to each of these. Practices across cloud, IoT, DevOps, security, analytics, design. Now, let me give you one example here. If you look at artificial intelligence, which is what makes the product connected, and then it's now slowly moving to embedded AI. And embedded AI is the future of AI. We've said that already, and then we are seeing a shift happening from processing on cloud to processing on devices. But from embedded AI, the future of AI would become explainable AI, which means that humans are now able to understand how machines are learning whatever they are, and we'll be able to certify that. Now, that's going to be an absolute disruption in the medical world because when humans are able to certify whatever the machine has learned, the immense possibilities will open up. And from explainable AI, we then move to journal AI, which is the ability of a machine to be able to understand emotions, human expressions, which makes it very intuitive and a human-like experience. So that's the evolution of AI. And similarly, you will see evolution of other technologies happening as well. What makes me super excited is also that as we work with our clients to make connected, collaborative, and intuitive products, the spend continues to increase as well. So we know that from a future standpoint, we are working in an area that's very relevant to us. Let's take a look at it from an industry standpoint as well. If you look at industrial products, and I was touching about this, talking about this about self-healing machines a while back, but industrial is going to be seeing a massive shift. I mean, if you've got a machine out there that knows how to self-heal, imagine the kind of possibilities that the savings that will get generated from there. But connected IoT is here and now, moving into an absolute digital twin. And we are seeing digital twin already happening, but digital twin of the earth is what I'm talking about here from an industrial, complete rehaul. 2, self-healing machines are examples that I gave of that nature, where intelligence and intuitiveness is going to go to the next level. Imagine the possibilities in the healthcare world or the medical technologies world. And we all know the kind of digital disruption happening in that sector. Connected hospitals, connected devices, moving into, surgical robots. I mean, and I'll talk about an example, but in my next couple of slides, but imagine a training robot that can work 24/7 endlessly to train doctors. Or imagine the precision that surgical robots can have, and humans are able to certify that they are taking the right decisions. And the entire personalized healthcare, 360-degree personalized healthcare. I mean, we all wear a smart watch and watch the number of steps we take. And we all know that at some point of time, our insurance company is going to charge us basis the number of steps or our activity or physical activity that our smart device is actually giving to them, the information is giving to them. But the whole integrated healthcare, patient care, connected hospitals and devices moving to that level will change the world in the medical technologies world as well. All of this is going to require an expertise that we at LTTS call as chip to cloud and back. It sounds like to the moon and back, but it really is very, very powerful. I mean, let me take you through that. Chip to cloud and back is a very, very unique proposition that LTTS has that puts it right on top of the pedestal. Our ability to what we call as art to part, right from one extreme where we're talking about system on chips, we're talking about complex chip designing, to moving to devices where embedded hardware and software engineering comes into play, to moving to networks where the entire connectivity piece comes in, and then connected products, connected user experiences, connected businesses, all of those things. So from one spectrum, one end of the spectrum to the other end of the spectrum is what we call as our chip to cloud story. And with a lot of processing now happening back on the device side, we realize that it's extremely important for us to have, our ability to be able to go back to the chip from here is going to be equally important. So chip to cloud and back is that unique proposition. LTTS takes a lot of pride, and we as L&T take a lot of pride in our core engineering capabilities. We know, and the world knows, that as we are super strong in that area. Our unique proposition comes in when we integrate that with our super strong digital capabilities and create one of the world's very unique chip to cloud and back offering that will take us from connected to collaborative to intuitive in the world of digital products and services. Let's double click a little more. How are we able to do this? We call it the 4 E's that we have, which includes complex engineering, digital engineering, design engineering, and business engineering, is how we enable digital at LTTS. Complex engineering is our ability to bring the actual physical product onto the digital world. Digital engineering is our strong offering and capability in the digital technologies per se. Design engineering is all about user centricity and our ability to put the user in the middle, our ability to think design or think user, think experiences first. And business engineering is our ability to be able to understand the domain well. So we can talk the same language as our customers do, and we are able to help them with the right solutions because we understand the domain they operate. Let's take an example. For a large client in the world of utilities and power, and they also have a lot of products, hardware products that we're working in. A client that we've been working for the last 10 years or so. We digitized a lot of their products, and not only that, we created an IoT platform that integrated the entire set of product lines they had, and brought everyone together on that same platform. We did not stop at that. We created a go-to-market strategy with the client to be able to take their IoT platform and tag team with them to be able to bring on other companies onto their platform. This entire, what I call as complex engineering offering that we provided to our customer, helped them gain more than 25% productivity just because of this automation. And the examples are immense, as you can see in this slide. But this is not the only reason why our clients come to us. We have 238 frameworks across segments. And when our clients come to us, they know that we are the experts when it comes to digital, but they also know that we are invested into solution accelerators, solutions, reusable components, in order to deliver faster and much better quality. And in today's world, we all know that speed is a new cost. And that is what we try to help our customers with by having these frameworks, solution accelerators, and solutions, and reusable components. And here you see that we've got segment-wise split of what do we have today and what are the areas that we're investing in some of these. And by the way, we have some of our clients tagging team with us in order to do testing for us so that we are always very aware that we are making it relevant for the market. And again, this is a cherry on top. And while you'd be thinking that this is all looking so good, so where are you placed? We are right at the top when it comes to Nest in digital technologies. And this is what Zinnov is saying. This is what the Big Innovation 2021 survey said. This is what ISG said. And this is what Frost & Sullivan also said. Right across digital engineering to IoT to digital threads, AI engineering, and cybersecurity. And that is what we bring to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Shail, Seema, Prabhakar, and Nitin for the deep dive into 3 of our big bets that we talked about. So now you have heard us talking about engineering. Time to see some of that engineering in action. We're going to show you a virtual walkthrough of 2 of our labs, EV lab and the 5G lab. And we're going to have you see what our engineers are really building in these labs. Let's see them now.
From presentation, let's move towards the demonstrations of the physical products. These are our investments in the new technologies of autonomous and electric vehicles. This vehicle is our first generation ADAS vehicle. ADAS is basically Advanced Driver Assist System. It has 1 LiDAR, 1 camera. It can identify the objects, it can identify lanes, it can identify signs. With the LiDAR, it gives us a distance, and these are indicated to driver, and driver has to take action. It basically indicates, this is the Advanced Driver Assist System, only gives an indication. So this is our first generation which we have invested in building the basics of an autonomous vehicle. From here we move to our autonomous vehicle. This vehicle, whatever we have generated the ADAS features in the earlier car, we have taken that. This has 1 LiDAR, 2 cameras, 1 radar, and about 14 ultrasonic sensors. It has a control inside, it has a control unit. So the ADAS features basically identify those objects, calculate the distances, and the control unit takes a decision by processing all these signals. That's what is called the autonomous vehicle. Beyond just doing this, the integration of these sensors and the signal processing, this also has mechatronics, because we have integrated various actuators on the steering, accelerators, and brake. Now let me talk about the electric vehicle. Who had been part of our first Investors Day meet, you would have seen this vehicle. This vehicle basically is our first generation electric vehicle. The complete system was designed by us, though it was not a auto grade component, but it was a system design which we have done. So from there, now we graduated, and let me introduce our next generation electric vehicle, which is eVolts. This is our next generation electric vehicle. I will take you through several components which we have designed. This vehicle is a complete auto grade vehicle, which basically has all components which are auto grade, and we have followed all practices of automotive, which is FUSA and ASPICE and others while doing the projects. Let me show you some of the components. So this part is called the e-powertrain. There are various components in this. We have motor, transmission, we have several controls in that. So this black, what you see is an integrated inverter and converter. Below that is a motor, and on the other side we have the transmission. All high voltage harnesses has been designed, developed by us. This is the vehicle control unit. Basically, this is where all the signals are processed and appropriate actions are defined. For example, if the power required is there, so it will tell to the battery of how much power is required, and the BMS will provide that power. Behind that is a power distribution unit. Now this is also very critical because in electric vehicle there are several challenges which we face. One is the thermal management, and second is the arcs which may come up because of the high voltage which we use. The power PDU, the power distribution unit, will identify any high voltages or any sparks coming, and it will automatically isolate the network and make sure that the vehicle is safe. This is the pump which is used for coolant. You see these pipes. The complete thermal management has been done by us. The cooling has been designed in a way that the temperature does not go beyond the ambient temperature. Let us get into the car and see what is there in the car. So inside the vehicle, for the electric vehicle, there are two critical items. One is the battery pack and the BMS, and second is the onboard charger. There are two battery packs and two BMSs. This BMS has been designed in a way where safety is inbuilt. It has a high voltage interlocking mechanism. The moment the voltage goes beyond particular limit, it will disconnect the connectors and make the battery safe. What you see, all these pipes here are basically for the cooling parameters for the thermal management of battery pack. The other critical part of this vehicle is a digital cockpit. This digital cockpit is a single ECU which can control 3-4 different displays. Here we have put two displays. One is the cluster and second is the infotainment system. This has several features which are patented, like Bluetooth multicast. This also has a connected feature and Auto Alexa inbuilt. So let me demonstrate two applications of the connected cars. One is the connected companion app and second is Alexa, that is Auto Alexa. Alexa, open the connected car demo.
Hello LTTS user. Welcome to Connected Cars demo.
Alexa, what is the top speed of my vehicle?
Your vehicle top speed is 150 km per hour and you are driving at speed 22 km per hour.
Alexa, am I ready to drive?
Yes, you are good to go with state of charge as 50%. If you need to travel beyond 100 km, recommend you to charge the vehicle for at least 95%.
This is a connected car app. Now on this you see all the driving parameters here, and all the parameters which come are captured. This is on the cloud and we can analyze the data based on our requirement. So other feature which we have added to the connected car application or to the electric vehicle is an SOS mode. Suppose you have a particular charge on battery and you want to drive more than what it is. Suppose you have a 15% charge and you have to go 50 kilometers. What you have to do is you have to go a battery saver mode and select battery saving mode. It will automatically get converted. The car will start taking the control of how much torque to give, how much battery to utilize, so that it can extend the charge for your drive. So from the onboard part of it, where we do the system design for electric vehicle, let me take you to the electric vehicle testing center. This is an EV testing lab. It has 2-3 different parts. One of them is the dyne. This dyne is for automotive grade testing which has to be done with a torque of about 1800 Newton meter and top speed of 25,000 RPM. It has two spindles from 0 to 12,500 and other up to from 12,500 to 25,000. This is the motor which has been designed by us, which is fitted in the vehicle. and there's a customer project going on, so we'll not be able to show you the details, but they are testing the motor for an electric vehicle. From Dyne, this is our another area where we test the individual components. Right now there's an inverter which is getting tested. This test system also has the climatic control. This climatic control basically controls the temperature and humidity so that we can define the profiles of how the vehicles is tested. Basically, if you really look at it, based on the region where it is driven, we have to do the test so that the component performs in a way in all the different climatic zone. Now let's get in on the main area of the control center for EV test lab. So this is the control center. This is the main unit where you get the power from outside, and these are other panels where we have inverters and converters which basically can provide us power based on our needs. So if you want high power or low power, this can control those and provide it to us for testing. The other critical part of this is the supervisory control. This is a critical because this is connected to all the different equipments and it gives us indication of what exactly is going on. In case there is some problem anywhere in the complete circuit, it will give us the indication and the engineers will be able to take appropriate action. Here we have the controls where they generate the profile of what testing has to be done. For example, the temperatures, the humidity and the power, all those are programmed here and then fed to the system. And now right now what they are doing is they are getting the data from the test which is going on and collecting it and analyzing it so that the appropriate reports can be generated and data given to the customer. The other critical part here is the Hill system. This Hill system is a NI based system. Like I talked about the profile which we generate. The profiles are generated and fed into this system, and this is the system which gives command to the test setup and appropriate test gets done based on that. The data from the sensors get collected and gets represented to us on the control center. So this is a complete setup for EV testing. Here we can do performance testing, we can do functional testing and we can do endurance testing. We can do testing for individual components or we can do testing for the complete system, everything put together. So you have seen the onboard facility for us, the onboard system design development activities on the car. You have seen the lab where we can do the testing. With this together, we can provide end-to-end services and solutions to our customers. These two facilities or these two competencies which we have showcased has generated a lot of interest from our customers, and we had been able to win some of these major engagement with the EPT and e-powertrain manufacturers of automotive. We always believe in end-to-end solution, and this is one of the best examples of providing end-to-end solutions on e-powertrain. Thank you.
Is going to change where we communicate, where we interact. Having said that, what does 5G mean to LTTS? We are the engineering partner to our customers in the areas of semiconductor, 5G device companies, network OEMs and service providers, and also for the enterprise customers ranging from industrial, medical and transportation. What we offer to our customers? We offer complete range of services starting from new product development, test and automation, lab as a service for semicon companies, 5G device companies, network OEMs and network service providers. We also offer network assurance to network OEM companies and service providers. For enterprise customers, we build and deploy private networks and applications. Now, I'm excited to talk about Lab as a Service in LTTS. We are building multiple labs across locations with multi-million-dollar investments. We have labs across geos, one in Dallas, one in Bangalore, one in Mysore. We are also building labs for our customers to carry out development and testing of 5G networks. Today, we have more than 25,000 square feet of labs established already. Now, I'm going to show you the installation of few radios in one of our lab with approvals from our customers. This is the radio unit normally fitted in a tower to transmit 5G frequencies. This unit today, to do the experiment in the lab, we need to seek approval from Government of India. That we got the approval for N78 and N77 bands. This is the device connected to radio for a testing purpose.
We have seen the radio side of the story. Now we see the other components network. 5G network is disaggregated one where it consists of various network virtualized components hosted on a private cloud. What you see here is a server setup which is hosting such cloud where do the integration, testing and automation of various network components.
So far, we have seen the 5G network side of the lab. Now we take you through our 5G device and chip enablement capabilities. This is our hardware and embedded lab setup where we carry out 5G device design and development capabilities, where we also enable chips for 5G devices. We partnered with multiple test equipment vendors where we carry out the various complex 5G devices and chip enablement testing using these equipments. For example, our engineers are working on a prototype for a sensor product. This is the product which is a penny size, which is for a industrial IoT application. This is done for a semiconductor customer. What we do here is complete hardware development, software development and end-to-end testing. This product is also connected to our NB-IoT solution to our 5G network. This product is completely prototyped and shipped to our customer from our facility. As you have seen during our walkthrough, we are well positioned to address end-to-end 5G needs of our customer from chip to cloud. This is possible by leveraging our deep multi-domain interdisciplinary industry vertical and technology expertise to help our customers engineer the change.
Thank you, Shail and Giri, for that very insightful walkthrough of our labs. So now we have seen us and heard us talk about engineering. Time for a new perspective. Next, we have a fireside chat hosted by our Chief Technology Officer, Ashish Kushu, and along with him, we're going to have senior representatives from two of our customers, very important customers. And let's hear them talk about what's exciting in the world of technology and how LTTS is going to figure in that world. Over to you, Ashish.
Welcome to the fireside chat with two very distinguished leaders from the industry, from two companies that are pioneers and leaders in their own industry segments. My name is Ashish Kushu, CTO in LTTS, and I'm going to be the host of this session. The two guests that we are privileged to have with us are Mr. Chris Kimetz and Stefan Kreber. Chris is Senior VP Engineering Career based out of US. He leads the company's effort in R&D, technology, and innovation, leading a team of about 4,500 distinguished engineers across the globe. An alumnus of University of Notre Dame and an MBA from Arizona State University. Happy to have you here with us, Chris.
Happy to be here. Thank you.
The second guest that we have with us is Mr. Stefan Kreber, VP, and a gentleman who's driving digitalization, technology, and operations in Covestro, based out of Germany. And he's also responsible for he's also the global process owner for engineering and ops. Stefan has been with Covestro for more than 30 years, having worked across the globe in different locations, doing different type of jobs. And more importantly, he's also a tech geek, flying drones and playing out with gadgets. Stefan, welcome, and look forward to talking to you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, in the next 25 odd minutes, what we would like to do is try to understand from the experiences of what Chris and Stefan have undertaken in their organizations, what is the type of trends that they see, the areas and the compulsive disruption that's happening, which is driving and influencing investments that they're making. Chris, I have to start with you with sustainability. Finally, after more than 2 decades, sustainability is back center stage, getting the type of attention that corporates always should have given it. Does it look to you that sustainability goals can only be met if engineering plays a very critical role in the scheme of things? What are your comments to that?
Great question, Ashish, and thanks for the opportunity to be here. So I wish everyone a good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Sustainability is something that's just essential to carriers' strategies going forward. We are a global provider of HVAC solutions, both commercial, residential, access control solutions. And if you look at the HVAC industry as a whole, we're responsible for 40% of the energy consumption in a large city and 15% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. So if there was ever an industry that's poised to make a substantial improvement, it's ours. So we are committed to healthy, safe, sustainable, and intelligent solutions for our customers. And it's an imperative, not just for us, but for the planet. We've published our ESG report where we've committed to carbon neutrality in our operations by 2030, helping reduce our customers' greenhouse gas and carbon footprint by 1 gigaton over the same time period. And that's going to require $2 billion US investment over the next 10 years. So clearly, engineering is going to play a pivotal role from a research and development perspective in delivering those more energy efficient solutions that are going to help drive to that gigaton reduction. We'll improve efficiency in our products. We will drive to incorporate lower GWP refrigerant solutions, and we'll focus a lot on reducing food waste in the cold chain. A third of the food globally is wasted, and 1 out of every 9 people goes to bed hungry. So not only can we help significantly with carbon emissions in the food chain, but we can help with the problem of hunger as well. So we just published our latest ESG report. We saved 68 million tons of greenhouse gas last year, so we're off to a good start. But engineering is going to carry the day with the new products and the investments to allow us to do better than that 1 gigaton commitment.
Thanks, Chris. This has been a perpetual point of discussion that if sustainability issues related to sustainability have to be solved, it has to be new technologies. I just wanted to hear from you that it's not only new technologies, but core engineering is where a lot more investments will go on. Picking up the cue from there, Stefan, your Covestro, industry leaders and pioneers in polymers, and when you look at sustainability, everybody is talking of alternate materials, and that's a very, very complex topic and a subject. What are you hearing from your customers, and how is that influencing the type of investment decisions you believe will happen in the future?
I have to say I'm an engineer, not a sales guy. No? So you asked me about my company. I'm vice president. Asked to answer a question on digitalization. Give me a short introduction on sustainability for my company. It goes from top to down, I would say. Sustainability, and you are right, comes from the customer demand, from the environment. We do products for our people, for our environment. And Covestro, as a manufacturer of plastics, majorly, I can introduce later if you give me the time. We for example, make polyurethane. Not sure all you know what polyurethane, that's this foam we use in seats, but we also use for insulation of buildings, right? The HVAC system Chris talked about, we make the surrounding protected, that the heat or the cool not goes out, right? So we protect, also try to protect with our material our environment. That's one thing. You talk about gadget, by the way, I have my solar system in a home office today. It's running. I save already 3 tons of CO2 on my own. So that I'm a role model. We need not to talk about it, we need to do it, right? That is my philosophy. That's our company philosophy. We are a German company, very reliable, and we not talk about it, we do it. We do in plastics, not easy to move to sustainability with plastics, right? But we do the best. We buy the energy now from windmills. We get reduce energy. We use also a lot of energy, and we try everywhere we can to reduce it. However, the people need to have our solutions in a house everywhere. So you're right. Customers wish to have CO2 good footprint, and when we try as best. I hear this week on Monday, our board of management told us we need to invest in R&D, in sustainability. Even reducing 1,700 people, and we are just a 16,000 euro people company. So 10%, 12%, we want to reduce people to finance the sustainability goals. I think more I cannot add. No?
So what I hear is that from both you gentlemen is that sustainability is becoming center stage. There is going to be a lot of investments going in solving the problem of sustainability, and it's a complex engineering a problem to solve, and it's just not left up to the new age technologies, but core engineering services or core engineering investments that will come. Do you, Chris, see sustainability discussions actually influencing the way investments are happening in innovation and R&D services?
Absolutely. It's interesting how that discussion has flipped over just the last couple of years. The absolute focus on not only keeping pace with the regulatory change that tends to drive our industry, but now thinking differently about how can we use sustainability as a point of differentiation in our products, so that we can actually bring more value to our customers who are looking to meet their own ESG goals. Having the ability to bring a highly efficient HVAC system solution, or an access control system for that matter, to one of our customers and say, look how this will help you achieve your ESG goals, not only your carbon reductions, but environmental footprint and even your governance and some of your people goals, has been a very powerful and well-received message. So I think we're leveraging that as we look at how we want to prioritize investment and assure that we're using sustainability as a source of differentiation going forward.
Thank you, Chris. One more area that is of key interest and which needs to be looked at time and again because of the fact that we are all playing around with these new technologies is what's the shape of adoption of new technologies looking like now that we've spent a few years experimenting with it. Stefan, you did a very ambitious, pioneering project, and I'm sure that was a very brave initiative when you started this about 3 years back, looking at a plant level digital twin. Would be interesting to know where are you in that journey now, and how do you now, after having gone through the initial phase, how are you now looking at the impact that this is going to have on the future of your business?
Thank you, Chris. Sorry, Ashish. It's not easy to answer in one word, in one sentence. Let me try to explain for your listeners. Covestro is a DAX company, meaning he's a top 30 companies of Germany. Now we have a global footprint, not CO2 footprint, but a factory footprint, 40 factories all over the world, in all regions. We're producing mainly plastics, high-tech plastics, not baggage. We make it, as I said, walls, insulation, wood, furniture, all these kind of stuff, but also automotive. These are our customers. So knowing that one, we make multi-scale factories, basically, that are chemical factories where streams get their pipeline or ship in raw material. We make a chemical reaction, manage the waste material, and produce these plastics, and that's our business, right? Just to explain you a little bit background, that you understand that one. So meaning we have huge factories and we have world scale factories. So we are the leader of polyethylene. You mentioned, Ashish, we invented that 80 years ago or something. We have 80 years of experience in R&D. So that's logic that we need to go digital, meaning make a digital twin, make from the plant a copy. Let's say we invest the last mega train for polyethylene was, for example, in China. We copy, have that plant digital, make that as build that digital during the lifetime of the building. If they then make another train, we call it train these production units because it's a huge collection of factories. We make that somewhere else in the region to serve our customers. We just copy the data. I make it simple for you. It's not as simple as it is. And copy these data and have efficiency in engineering, in construction. We build faster and cheaper. That's a basic thing. It is to explain that simple. Chris, maybe you can add from your perspective, but let me give one sentence more to explain how we do that and what is the challenge. I did that since 4 years now in Covestro. We started with a vision, and we have a lot of learning curves together with LTTS because you are since then our partner to do that together, to migrate information, to build that digital twins for our units. It is not as simple. We are not a company who just want to make digitalization of sustainability. We want to make it work, right? And that is differentiate us from the competitors. We want to have a benefit out of it. We want to have EBIT generated or sell more or produce more, right? So all these have benefits behind, and the major learning is you need to take the basics. You need to look at data models, infrastructure, change management in an organization, get that board management support. You need to have a governance structure. That's the lessons learned. To get something digital, you not just put a button or pull a lever. You need to align the whole organization on that one. So that's a key message. Make the basics first before you think on artificial intelligence, or I think you need to have the data and the quality of the data first, right?
So Stephen, I'm going to
Stefan, I'm glad this is being recorded, because I'm going to take that soundbite into our boardroom and let them hear straight from you how hard a journey this is.
Yes, it's a hard journey.
And Chris, that's where I was going to lead a point from what Stefan said, and it's sort of I just came to know a few days back. It sort of is an area you're very passionate about, I think, and that's very important to highlight it out here for the benefit of everybody else. That the unique part about what Stefan is doing is he's creating a converged data model or a data infrastructure where a lot of information about engineering, operations, after service, manufacturing, all that information is coming together, and it will be available with linkages, and it will be available in a converged form, harmonized form. I think that's one topic that is very close to you as well, that you have to have an organization where all different silos of information have to be converged, right, Chris?
Absolutely, and you hit it. You've obviously been paying close attention to what I've been messaging with the team. It's an ecosystem. And, when you've got 36 global design centers, hundreds of plant locations, how do you connect up that ecosystem so that you have access to data and you can build out those virtual devices and digital twins, and to be able to make the entire organization more efficient, more productive, and have those seamless handoffs of information that are actually required to deliver product. It is incredibly complex. And we're at the start of our journey. There's some areas where we've made more progress, and we're using those as pilots for learning. But connecting up the EBOM, the MBOM, the virtual devices, it's something that can be incredibly powerful and transformative, honestly.
So, Chris, if I sort of visualize for a minute, and please indulge me for a minute, the enterprise of the future looks like one where all the different silos of information and data across product engineering, manufacturing, operations, CRM, ERP, all of them would be harmonized so that you have connections. And then the digital infrastructure or digital intervention or anything that we are doing with it will sit on top of this. So this layer is a layer which will become a priority for enterprises as we go forward from an investment perspective?
I think so, and I almost think of it as, that digital infrastructure, it may be an extraction layer that allows you the ability to pull data from disparate systems and kind of harmonize it and synthesize it and turn it into useful information for the organization, as opposed to, a wholesale change out of multiple systems, like we may have considered in the past. I mean, the advances on the digital side in terms of, what we're able to do, in our new cloud-based environments has kind of changed the thinking in terms of being able to have that layer over the top that gives you all the access and intelligence that you need.
Stefan, what's your experience? Do you think that's the way to go forward, or we still have a journey before we reach that?
No, you well described that, Ashish. I think, but the focus inside the company is one thing. I mentioned that one. That needs to be done. Systems need to be connected. Data matters. We need to. I did a blueprint 4 years ago. Align that with the sites. Huge work to be done. But also the outside world is another factor you need to consider. Make an example. I'm working with you, LTTS, as an outside company with Covestro data and information, which is top secret from our perspective, right? And we have a lot of pain during the Corona crisis with LTTS not allowing you to work in home office with our data. You as LTTS had a lot of pain in that one, but it shows how information security is key for Covestro. We have no know-how in the company. We don't want to give that to others. So it's not only internal digitalization effort. We want to look at external, because we build our factories with EPCs, with LTTS, with others. We need to rely on these and get information created by them, integrate them. And also LTTS to use as a back office is very valuable. That's one of the benefits, by the way, that we can get LTTS working on our data in our cloud environment, as Chris said. That is also an important thing for digitalization. Keep not only inside everything connected, also the outside world, right? Today, make another example. I had just a meeting in the morning of data sheets for a Knepner. I want to have a link to the supplier. He fill out the data in the data sheet, attach his spare part list, whatever, and it's connected to our system. I have that in one location, right? For the whole asset life cycle of that equipment, right? That is not easy done and self-running. We have so many suppliers. You need to all align that one. That is my work of me and the team to try to get that aligned. Very complex and tremendous difficult task, I have to say. Yeah.
So thank you. So LTTS is an engineering and technology services company, and we're very passionate about our engineering and technology as well. there is this huge notion that disruption is being caused only by new age tech. I think that may not necessarily be true. Chris, do you think engineering in itself cannot be disruptive, or it does not have elements of disruption as it is evolving right
now? Look, I think we need to think about it from both perspectives. Engineers will, by their very nature, be innovative and define disruptions kind of internal to our own ecosystem. But what I'm seeing is that over the last few years, there's been just a tremendous number of smaller startups that are very well funded, that are creating some very interesting technologies. And so, one of my focus areas is to assure that we're balancing that, giving the engineers the opportunity to be innovative and create disruptions, as they develop product. We've been fortunate to be taking up our R&D spend. And so we've had that opportunity to release a number of new products that will be disruptive. So, core engineers will continue to have that opportunity. And, I've been impressed with, the way that the LTTS and carrier engineers have worked together to identify, solutions that go beyond, I think, what we originally imagined. And, you give the engineers that opportunity to, play in the sandbox a little bit. And take away some of the constraints, and they can come up with some very innovative solutions. I tell you right now, I'm excited. I saw that lab as a service offering. I look forward to, how we can partner and continue to push that forward in terms of, a capability to, have a place where disruptions can kind of come to life.
So, the picture that emerges is that there are going to be new factors and new areas, that the new factors which will influence investments. There is the sustainability thing that's happening. Interventions in core engineering would be required. New tech association would be required. In this whole landscape, we've been associated with you gentlemen for a very long period of time. How do you see us associating with us, the role we will play with you as you undertake this journey going forward, both from the perspective of the regular work that we do, as well as work which could be around co-innovation, partnership, and the likes. So maybe we would start with Stefan first and then go to Chris. Stefan, what's your view of the prospects that LTTS has in playing to this new reality that's emerging?
Okay, thank you, Ashish. So just let me start with a comment. I think you have investors here listening. I just want to say I'm not get paid by you, by LTTS. I'm just here because we have a good partnership. And I appreciate that partnership with the CS. Now, just to make that clear, I not get paid. It's just honor your services to my company. Yeah? So, and that works, basically, our partnership, because of simplicity. There's simple things which I expect from Covestro side is a trustful workship, honestly, yeah, and you and your team basically did that. Flexible, yeah, we are digitalization, as I mentioned, is so complex, so many changes and hurdles on the way. We need to have flexibility, as I said, information security. You impressed me really that that you did that very well over these, let's say, region, right? You are sitting in India with our team, serving the whole world of Covestro that needs to be safe. Yeah, we audited that one, and we were really impressed by your professionality and behavior. And at the end, I mentioned that also digitalization only works with quality. Yeah? We need to have quality of work. Indian, let's say, companies have the impression, and I work a lot with Indian companies, and I know what I'm talking about. It's since decades the quality is an issue. But with LTTS, you're listening to and quality needs to be defined, what you want finally, right? So we define that with you together, and we get that now. And that is very important. There is no 100% quality. We need to define how our digital twin needs to be, how our documents, in which quality grade. I want to have that from you. We define that and we get that. And that is what is key. That was key also for me and Chris. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your encouraging words. Chris, the last word. We are also on top of the hour. What's
I think Stefan said it well. It's a partnership, and that's why we're here. And LTTS is a trusted partner because you deliver value, and that's what's important, to me when I'm trying to balance, the investments across, a large business, right? And so I was thinking about the half-year review that we just wrapped up, in the last month or so, and how integrated LTTS is in the carrier ecosystem, whether it's in our, model-based development, you're doing firmware, you're doing software, you've taken over entire platform support for some of our software systems. So you're very well integrated into the ecosystem. And as I think about it going forward, I see that ecosystem growing, and it needs to grow. We need to be strategic about it. We need to, pick the areas where you have demonstrated capabilities and strengths that where you outperform, others. And then we need to give you kind of predictability and insight into how we're thinking about our future product development, so that you can be prepared to continue to support us the way that you have. The fact that, I got 4 business unit leaders that have no hesitation in terms of partnering with LTTS speaks volumes to the value that you've delivered. And, to Stefan's point, a big part of that is quality. And it's just so important. So I look forward to the future. The relationship, the partnership is strong, and it only goes up from here.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Stefan. Humbling to hear this feedback. We look forward to you for raising the bar, so that we are able to raise our bar in terms of the way we fulfill your expectations of a global partner with the global quality standards that you expect. Elevate our innovation quotient, elevate our investments in engineering and technology. Thank you for spending your time. Thank you for being very encouraging, and thank you for the insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everybody for listening to some very interesting insights from Chris and Stefan. Thank you. Have a good evening. Over to Pinku.
Thank you, Ashish. It was quite an interesting chat, and it was useful to understand how our customers think about sustainability, think about leveraging new technology, and to hear about their own digital roadmaps. Now we're going to switch gears a bit here. No plan can be complete if the numbers don't back it. And here to talk about LTTS's financial strategy is Rajiv Gupta, our CFO. Rajiv, over to you.
Greetings to the investor and analyst community. I hope you got a good backdrop from the presentations made earlier on our 6 dimensions, 6 big bets, customer centricity, technology, and sustainable operating model. It is indeed exciting times for ER&D industry, and as a CFO, I feel this is the perfect time to take, or rather optimize on this exciting time for accelerating growth and building resilience. If you look at the revenue performance, it has been consistent over the years, and that has been at the back of attractiveness of ER&D industry, and also our ability to invest in solutions and newer technologies. FY21 was a difficult year
because of the pandemic. Despite that, we grew 11% over the last 4 years. FY22, we've guided for a 15 to 17% growth. Stepping back to FY21, if you look at, we bounced back quite well from Q1 FY21 to see a CQGR of 4.7%. As far as the operational performance, it has been a performance in a narrow range. FY21 again an aberration, but we have seen improvement on a sequential basis from Q1 FY21, both in terms of EBIT and in terms of PAT. With growth, with sustainable operating model and economies of scale, we believe we can continue on the journey of improving on performance. In order to continue accelerating the growth and also building resilience, we have outlined a 4-pronged strategy. First on growth, second profitability, third governance, and fourth shareholder returns. Let me give a quick view before I get into deeper in each of these aspects. In terms of growth, we will continue to see our revenues broad-based and invest smartly to think about where we can get optimal returns. In terms of profitability, there has been consistency in segmental margins, and we want to continue to play that out while seeing cost efficiencies and also improve upon cash flows. On the governance side, we see M&A to be a lever to invest in strategic capabilities around white spaces. Finance transformation, this is indeed something that we think that is required as we scale and be ready to be able to propel that growth. We embarked on the ESG journey at the start of this fiscal year, and we have outlined a 2-year roadmap during which we will publicly announce our long-term ESG goals. Shareholder returns, one that we are continually focused on. We have been consistent in terms of our dividend payout and also improving our return on equity. Now let me deep dive into each one of these. Going further within growth, if you look at, we've had a broad-based growth across all the segments since Q1 FY21. And our well-diversified revenue mix gives us the ability to manage the macro and the micro risk that can emerge in any one segment. Also, it allows us the opportunity to cross-pollinate across different segments, thus applying different engineering solutions and technology across these diversified segments. Our digital revenues have continued to grow year on year and stand to be at 54% as of Q1 FY21. That also is a good barometer of how we have shifted towards newer technologies and how we have managed to invest optimally. Talking about profitability, if you look at across all the segments, we have expanded our margins, barring telecom high-tech. Telecom high-tech has been a segment where we've consciously made investments, including the recent Orchestra Technologies acquisition. We believe in the near term, we should be able to see improvement in margins for telecom and high-tech segment as well. The recent pandemic, one of the lessons that we picked up was building resilience for black swan events. There are 3-4 things, and Abhi also touched upon these aspects in his presentation. Our sales and delivery organization are structured by verticals, horizontals, and geographies to enable accountability and also for faster decision making. Our innovation and democratizing those innovations across the organizations allows us the opportunity to get into non-linear growth. Talent reskilling makes us relevant. Higher offshoring and hiring of freshers to improve pyramid will aid us in margin expansion. Our SG&A trend will continue to improve, and that's because of the growth, the sustainable operating model, the economies of scale, and large deals referred to by Alind. We are focused on improving our cash flows as well. which is notable from our FY21 performance, well below our threshold of 95 days, led to a record free cash flows of 190% of PAT. Talking about governance, we look at acquisitions as a lever to invest in strategic areas and thus quickly build around the white spaces. If you reflect over the last 4 years, we made 3 acquisitions, and all of these acquisitions have been specific to address a particular market need. Going forward, our focus areas are going to be on new technologies in automotives, enlarging our ISV footprint, and digital healthcare. Finance transformation, what we will look at is revamping the existing processes through a new lens, looking at processes around order to cash, procure to pay, and record to report, so that we are ready for a larger scale in the organization. Automation and expediting automation so that we can adopt newer technologies within the finance function and thus partner with the business to deliver accelerated growth. Use of analytics and such tools so that we can enable faster speed of decision making. We have been very focused in terms of our shareholder returns, and that's quite visible looking at the dividend payout trend. Our dividend payout trend has been in the range of 30 to 40%. FY21, despite being a challenging year, we've had a dividend payout of 35%. If you look at our return on equity, we've delivered superior return of equity over the last 3 years. FY21 being an aberration though, and market cap and returns since LTTS, they are just outcomes of how we've been focused in terms of shareholder returns. Market cap has almost been 5x since our IPO, and our returns since IPO has been a whopping 351% compared to Nifty, which was at 94, and Nifty IT, which was at 233%. So, summarizing, what differentiates us to be unique in the marketplace and also win business in the market? First, engineering DNA. We are a pure play engineering services company, one that comes with gold standards at the back of the parentage of L&T. We strive continually to maintain this gold standard by continually investing in newer and disruptive technologies. Second, multi-domain expertise, which is where we are able to bring in innovation and also apply these solutions and technology across different segments, which we call as cross-pollination. We are proud to serve 57 of the top 100 ER&D spenders globally. And these are relationships which are strategic for us and have been developed and nurtured over a period of 8 to 10 years. We believe this is a key differentiator, and that will continue to help us build long-term sustainable growth. Our large deal track record, we've seen wins over the last 12 to 18 months, including the large $100 million win in the oil and gas space in December 2020. We are seeing the increase in deal sizes and a structural shift where we are seeing our client engaging with us in more strategic programs. Finally, strong balance sheet, a robust balance sheet, debt-free, with almost 0.2 billion of cash reserves, which will allow us to continue to invest in our organic growth, including the 6 big bets that we've talked about, and also in the inorganic growth. So together, looking at strong balance sheet, it can help us expedite growth and be faster in terms of developing the market that we see a big opportunity upon. Finally, we aim to reach $1 billion run rate by Q2, Q3 of FY23, and our aspiration is 1.5 billion run rate by FY25 with an 18% EBIT, assuming things come back to normalcy. With that, it's been a pleasure to talk to all of you. I will now hand it back to Pinku for question and answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv, for the insights on the financial strategy. So now we have come to the open house with the leadership. In a minute or so, I'm going to have the entire management team, the people who presented the first session, and the leaders who presented the second session to come and answer your questions. We would like to have, the instructions for the participants are going to be the same. It's a Zoom, on your Zoom platform, you'll have to raise your hand to call out, ask a question. And I will try to prioritize the people who have raised their hands in the prior Q&A session. I'll try to prioritize those participants for their questions. And, we will again try to restrict the questions to maybe 1 or max 2. It's going to be a 30-minute session, so, we'll try to give as many participants a chance to ask questions. On the management team, we will have Amit, our CEO, Alind Saxena, our Chief Sales Officer, America and Asia, Abhishek, our Chief Operating Officer, Rajiv Gupta, our CFO, and Shailendra Srivastav, our Global Transportation Head, Prabhakar, who heads our Digital Manufacturing, and Nitin Jain, who heads AI and Digital Products. Right, I think it's now time for me to invite the people who have questions. Apurva Prasad from Incred, can you ask your question, please? Sorry, from Elara, I'm sorry. Apurva from Elara, can you ask your question, please?
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, Apurva, go ahead.
Yeah. Great, thanks for the opportunity. Great presentation and sessions, appreciate that. So yeah, 2 quick questions. So Amit, do you think the way forward is more concentration from larger clients and large deals, and is this the way forward because that gets you better visibility across some of the large R&D programs? The reason I am asking this is I'm referring to, I think, Alind's presentation of, I think, client buckets, and that triangulated to a mix client concentration that seems to be higher than where it operates today. So I mean, is this sort of a conscious strategy to move in this way?
So, Apurva, 2 parts here, right, in response. So, number 1 is that the 5 segments is something we'll continue to operate in. In fact, if we can help it, if I may, I want to make sure that we are fairly balanced across them, right? So that is definitely a strategy. And then that comes down to offerings and clients. From a client standpoint, as Alind had pointed out, there will be 2 parts to it. One is deepening relationships and increasing ticket size within the same client and be able to grow the client, definitely. At the same time, we will keenly look at adjacent clients that we can co-opt as well. So there's 2 parts. So in fact, he didn't talk about it, but our sales organization is hunters and farmers. So we've got clear strategies for both, and that will continue. Irrespective of whether it's an adjacent client or a current client, we believe that in our business, you need to create a lot more deals than RFPs you get invited to. So we will continue to run a large deal engine as we move forward. And these are the cornerstones as we take it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Amit.
Thank you. Secondly, I think Amit is again reference to your earlier comment of the constant evaluation of what's core and what's non-core by clients. So any anecdotal instance that you can cite primarily from a sourcing decision point of view of some of the core segments?
See, if you look at product sustenance at one point of time, about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, clients would say, my way to get into, and some, right, not all, some clients would say that my way to training my people and coaching them about my products is to do product sustenance. And therefore, this is core to my building my own team, and I cannot give it out. Fast forward to today, and the same clients have come back and said that sustenance of a certain product line is no longer core because I'm able to train people in a different way. I'd rather use Scrum models, etc., and take leapfrog there. And I'm going to give up that part of the business to you to run as a white label service while I focus on development. One. Second, one of our customers that was on the call earlier today, and I not answering your question, but I feel extremely proud for our team that has delivered so well. Stefan has always been very honest, and he said very nicely, I'm not being paid by LTTS for saying it. And I'm sure Prabhakar was smiling because Prabhakar has delivered to Stefan. But as you can see, the relationships that we have with these clients are fairly tight, right? But as you could hear from his voice and the pain they have gone through digital, and when Chris said that I'm going to record this and play it for my board, he basically meant that it's a journey, right? It's not an open and shut thing. So I do believe that what is core, what is non-core changes. It depends on market. It depends on the life cycle of the product. It depends on the life cycle of the technology and where it is. So it is a continuous process. So I cannot give you that. If I was to say today that anything to do with mechanical is non-core for an auto company, I'd be extremely wrong. Because when we talk about EACV, electric autonomous connected vehicles, in electric vehicles, there is a lot of work to be done in the mechanical chassis area that Shailendra's team is doing. So it's not non-core. So it's different for every segment. Apurva, if there is more interest, once we open up our offices, we'd love to walk you through, and by segment we can point out without giving client names on what's core, non-core. We can do that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amit. Sure. Thanks, Apurva. Can I request Sudhir from ICICI Securities to ask the next question? Sudhir, are you on?
Yeah, Pinku. Thanks, guys, for the very insightful presentation, and thanks for giving me an opportunity. Amit, I have a couple of questions. Firstly, a clarification. So when you say $1.5 billion by FY25, should this be looked at as an aspiration or guidance? Number one. Number two is when I think Dr. Panda was giving a medium-term revenue CAGR guidance of around 21% last time, that had budgeted in some amount for acquisitions, M&A. So is your current number also has some amount budgeted for acquisitions? So this is the clarification, and I have a follow-up question.
So I'm going to actually request Rajiv to answer that because I want him to use the right words. But I can tell you one thing, that the 1.1 billion and the 1.5 billion, both the numbers we spoke about, etc., we're fairly comfortable. I wanted to use the word cautiously optimistic about being able to deliver it. Rajiv, over to you on whether it's aspirational or guidance, and then does it include M&A?
Sure, Amit. So to respond to your question, the 1.5 billion by FY25, that's clearly an aspiration. Of course, we've given an aspiration over a slightly medium-term period, and it includes acquisition as well, because we've talked around the 6 big bets, and we will look at acquiring companies that help us, build capability around the white spaces. So that's how we will look at it.
Also, so that we can add to that, see, when we look at M&A, we are not looking at making, and again, tomorrow we may do it and you'll say you told us something in September 21, but and things may change, right? But having said that, see, if you look at our track record, we have normally acquired companies in that $20, $30 range, $1 million revenue range. So we are not looking at a huge amount of M&A in that. We are looking at building so we will not acquire just for size. Let me say that to you. Like Rajiv is saying, our acquisition strategy will be built and driven to fill up white spaces that we think we can't do organically. We will, of course, we are proud of our organic growth, and that will be mainstay for us as we go forward.
Sure, Amit. So there is no specific budget for acquisitions at this point in time, right? We
do have a continuous process that we keep on evaluating various companies that are available in product engineering. See, if you will understand, product engineering, you generally don't have very big companies unless you're looking at, an Akka or an Alten or somebody like that. generally these companies that are available for acquisition are in that, the $20-50 million revenue range, right? So we continue to evaluate, we continue to look at what we have, and whenever we look at a company, we look at how much time would it take for us to build as opposed to buy. I mean, that's the continuous dialogue that we have internally.
Sure, Amit. Just one question on the industry perspective. So you spoke about the $1.6 trillion opportunity for ER&D actually going up to 2 or 1.9. But the IDCs of the world who actually come out with these estimates, they also caveat it by saying large part of it is actually government R&D, defense R&D, pharma R&D, and maybe something like a capex, infrastructure capex, which is not strictly addressable for players like us. They call out that of that $1.6 trillion, probably a $390-400 billion may be addressable for us. So based on your industry expertise, any thoughts on what that number may grow at over the next 3-4 years?
So listen, what I see it as is, so there's the whole pie that's that's ER&D that gets done by companies themselves and then gets done by companies outsourced to companies like us, right? Rather than outsource, I would rather call it co-sourced, because like Chris mentioned that we work in an integral manner with our clients always, right? So let's call it co-sourced. So there is co-sourced stuff that happens, and therefore, if you look at it today, right? And I'm now giving you hard numbers, and they came out of NASSCOM I think a couple of days ago, etc. About $16 billion plus is being done. ER&D is being addressed by India today, right? That is by Indian centers, Indian companies like us, right? Then there's another similar amount, $16-17 billion, that's being addressed by global competency centers out of India, right? Now, as the ER&D overall grows, I do believe that India as a destination for that, parts of Eastern Europe for that, are bound to definitely grow faster than any other locations that are there today, strictly by the amount of talent that is available, the kind of processes available, and the kind of systems available, and the confidence people have got. So I do believe that the trend is upwards. So current numbers that I had was 1.4 trillion going to 1.75 to 95 trillion. I do believe that outsourcing also will expand in a similar or bigger manner, or co-sourcing.
Thanks, Amit. That's very insightful. That's it from my side. Thanks, Pinku.
Thank you, Sudhir, and thanks, Amit. We'll have the next question from Abhishek of InCred Capital. Abhishek, can you come on?
Yeah, hi, Pinku. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, and thank you for the presentations as well. Two questions I have. The first is, historically, the perception about the industry was it is cyclical, project oriented, and hence we have volatility across the quarters. Now, if I look at your aspirations in terms of near term, medium term growth guidance, it seems that one, the demand is durable, your visibility is better, and second, the business seems to be more annuity. Can you just explain us, what has changed in terms of, for this improved visibility in terms of, outsourcing, especially on the ER&D side? That's first part. The second is, given the supply constraints and the attrition challenges, would our incremental headcount be in tier 2 cities versus, the traditional cities that we are aware of? And can that be an incremental margin lever because, we are in a work from home environment? And if that is so, that coupled with the other variables which Rajiv sir called out, is this kind of a conservative 18% EBIT number that we are, projecting and, kind of reinvesting back, for growing at 20% plus? Is that kind of a conscious effort? Thank you for taking my questions.
Sure. So Abhishek, we'll break this question up and answer up into 3 parts, right? Let me take the predictable part ER&D and address. So there are three questions in the questions you asked, and we'll answer it as. So let me take a stab, and then I would request my colleague Alind to talk a little bit about predictability of ER&D. Abhishek would take up the tier 2 cities and what we're doing about tier 2 cities growth, and then of course request Rajiv to also provide some color on what is baked into the 18%. Fair. So if I look at overall, Abhishek, what has changed, right? And I ask myself this question every day. One thing that has definitely changed is that we've seen a certain degree of maturity in terms of relationships and conversations that we've been having and evolving expectations from clients. See, IT led the way and showed this could happen. Always the problem has been between IT and us, engineering has been, and I spent time on both sides of the paradigm over the last more than 2 decades. I'll tell you, on the IT side, it used to be predictable, but it was a budget-based. So I've got $1 billion or $1 million, I will give out $500,000, right? And that's broadly where it was. Engineering always used to have fractal budgets, and with fractal budgets, because it used to come down from BUs and BU to second BU and third BU, etc., and then used to be put together and given out, right? So budgets were fractal, if I may, and we had the responsibility over the last 10, 12 years to bring all that together and then say, now you got this pie, give us a little bit of it. I think everybody has evolved and so have we. And what we see now is that, number one, there is a little bit of consolidation of budgets and spends that are happening with a little more predictability, if I may, that is allowing us to be able to have a slightly wider view, A. B, and I answered one more question earlier and I had talked about it, and I will repeat myself on that clients are no longer only sourcing for cost, but they are also sourcing for co-sourcing for speed, scale, and talent, right? And I do believe that also gives us, and we're saying cautiously optimistic, that this trend will continue and help us to be able to provide a lens. Thirdly, we continue to motivate our teams and our clients to sign with us certain degrees of these, can I call it a fixed and variable part. So, let's start with a fixed part that will definitely happen. And on top of it, add, delete as you see it. So I do believe that those things are all in play as we are doing it. I'm going to have Alind add to it. Alind, if there's anything else you think in your mind around what we are seeing on view, and then we will hand over to Abhi.
Sure. So a couple of things I'll add. See, look, when we had the pandemic come over, another phenomena which happened was that our customers actually lost a lot of suppliers as well. They were not able to handle the pandemic as such. So their outwards towards picking key strategic supplier has also changed over that period of time. So rather than distributing the work among smaller suppliers overall, they have consolidated that work with some key suppliers, and we have been one of them, as you already heard Chris and the gentleman from Covestro as well talk about it. So that's one clear trend in addition to what Amit said. Second is the products that we are engaging with them. These are now long-term evolving products. Earlier, our customers used to come out with a product. The life cycle would be short-term and then go away. But these are now long-term products which are there. And that's helping them and wanting them from their side to keep the same team steady. So we are getting into very long-term engagements in supporting and managing these products. So these are two key areas where we think this will continue. In fact, I was just discussing with one of the tier 1 suppliers in automotive, and they're asking us to be a 4-year partner for one of their scheme of things that they are trying to come out, and I can't talk too much about it because it's still confidential. But they are clearly looking at, and they have told us what we want is for you to be a key developer for the next 4 years for this product line, and you will be the only one who will be doing it. So those kind of commitments are evolving across different sectors as well. Abhi, over to you.
Yeah, I think your question was tier 2 cities presence in those cabinet, and with work from anywhere, can the costs not go down and thereby help in improving operating margins? See, let's understand how this whole thing is shifting. While it's true that work from home is a reality, and in varying percentages, people are working from home. But it's also true that at least at this point, the supply-demand situation is not how it used to be, if I may. So from an employee perspective, the employee is not expecting that I would be paid lower if I'm working from somewhere else. That's not what it is. And yes, from an administrative perspective, we are present in Mysore and Baroda, which are tier 2 cities and growing amazingly well. We just started a new campus in Mysore just 3-4 months back. So from a running cost perspective, these centers will be lower cost. There is no doubt about it. But you have to also understand that whatever savings we'll do because of this work from anywhere phenomenon, we have to invest heavily, one, in security, security from a cloud perspective, from a remote infrastructure perspective. That is extremely key. Otherwise, customers will start losing confidence in us, right? I think the second part is we have to continue to invest in trainings of employees everywhere. The third part, which I had mentioned in my presentation, we will continue to invest in labs and technologies. It is extremely crucial for us being relevant in the industry. So our vision from a margin perspective is not to try to do jump operating margin improvements, but go in a gradual way. We have already given our aspiration of going to the 18% EBIT levels, but we want to go there gradually without taking our eyes off investment of people and the technologies.
Let me add to the question around the EBIT aspiration of 18% by FY25. So I'll give a bit of color. First, we want to be realistic, and that realism is built by 2-3 points. One, you rightly said that we will continue to make investments, right? We talked about the fact that we will make investments in labs and technologies, the 6 big bets that we've called out. The second is, we need to factor in normalcy returning. Today, of course, we live in a world where there's a lot of curtailed travel. We believe some of this will come back. So we need to factor in that realism. The third aspect is we will see acquisitions. We talked about the inorganic growth, and much like Amit highlighted, our ability to see a larger ticket size is far better than it was in the past. So we are open to see a ticket size in acquisitions between, say, a 20 million to about 100 million ticket size, so long as there are possibilities to clinch those deals. And we also need to understand, right, that there are only so many companies that are within this 20 to $100 million range that one can talk about. The last of all is, talking about the sustainable operating model and the scale benefits. These are clearly positives, but to again summarize, right, in terms of normalcy returning, the acquisitions and the realism, we feel 18% aspiration has an element of ambition considering these 2-3 points, and investments will remain on the top because we want to see and capitalize on the growth opportunity that is available to us over the course of next 3 to 4 years.
Thank you, Rajiv, Abhi, and Amit. We'll move to the next question. Can I request Ravi Menon from Motilal to ask a question? Ravi, are you on?
Hello. Hi. Yeah, I am. Hi. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Hey, Amit, this is to you. It's actually a slight variation on what Sudhir had asked. If you could give us a sense of what's the kind of range of percentage of outsourced spend that you see among your customer base, that would be helpful. And secondly, among your top customers, what's the largest wallet share that you have? Just so that we can get a sense of, what's the market opportunity even within the set.
So percentage, Ravi, of outsourcing or co-sourcing as opposed to total budget, can I put a range to it? I'll actually, more than doing that, let me answer it in a different way, if I may. So if I start with, go back to transportation, we see transportation giving out, or not, let's not use the word giving out, right? Let's talk about co-sourcing. So we see transportation amenable to giving out to co-sourcing. I would say double digits kind of volume of the total spend that they do to people like us, right? And let's create some ranges here. So I won't give exact numbers, but I'll give ranges. Right? So nobody does more than 50%. Let's understand that, right? So we'll say single digits, teens, and double digits. Teens, everybody understands. Double digits is above the teens. So 3 ranges we'll take, right? But double digit doesn't mean 50. I want to be absolutely clear. You're talking now in the 20s to about 20 to about 25, 26, right? About. So I would say that transportation is in double digits as we see it, right? Medical is lower teens, if I may, as we've seen it. Used to be single digits, right? But has improved. And I'm now talking for everybody, not just us, right? So overall, as we see it. Plant engineering is, if you just look at the engineering, I'm not talking about the construction and the equipment and all that. Plant engineering, I would put in lower teens, if I may, would do that, right? And again, it's been a maturing field. It used to be single digits, if I may. High tech has been double digits always, right? So that's no brainer there. And industrial products is actually very varied by the sub-segment, if I may, and varies from, shall I say, single digits to teens, right? Is upper teens, lower teens, you can go about it, do it. The one thing that is definitely we are seeing in outsourcing is this ER&D spend that we show doesn't include plant engineering. At times, it does not include digital manufacturing, right? So that is another element that we are trying to address that is opened up, right? Now, if I go to my top 5 clients that we have got, and I knew that some question like that will come, and because I had promised myself that I will carry data with me. So look, if I look at my top 5 clients, right, I'm happy to share that in 4 of my top 5 clients, right, and I say this with confidence, of whatever they are outsourcing, I am number 1 for them, for 4 out of my 5, right, in terms of where I am. For my 5th client, I am not number 1. I'm actually one of top 5. It's a nice way to say top 5, but 5th in terms of what they are spending with me, right? Outside of that, if I again, go another stab and take a stab at my top 30 clients, right? Because we always internally we look at top 30, next 20. That's the way we look at it. In my top 30 clients, I would say for a significant part of those, I will be either number 1 or number 2 in terms of what they will spend. Right? And that's why it's important for me to continue to look at how do I deepen my relationships. 1. So internal targets, and I think Abhi talked about how we are leveraging delivery-led growth with some of the people we have got, etc. And the second is to look at, am I missing a client that I should go after?
Thank you, Amit.
I hope, Ravi, I have answered your question.
We will squeeze in one more question from Sandeep Shah of Equirus. Sandeep, if you can come on camera, please.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sandeep.
Yeah, thanks and congrats for a very insightful presentation. The first question is on your strategic 6 bets. It's glad to see that deal wins are happening, even the deal pipeline is improving. So it shows that the market has started emerging as a whole. So in this, who are your competitors which you face in this 6 strategic bets? Is it both from India as well as global MNC? And also whether the competition to capital for this 6 strategic bet is higher versus what you used to do earlier. And second follow-up question on the same is whether the sales cycle for the deals and the pipeline in this 6 strategic bets are slightly longer or shorter versus what it used to be earlier as a whole.
So I kind of got most of your question, but I want a little bit of a repetition. So one, what I heard was, Sandeep, you wanted to know whether the 6 big bets Do we have competition in this? And if so, what's the color of that? Correct?
Both India and globally, and also if give a color on captive competition.
What was the second question you had in the middle?
And second, in terms of these 6 strategic bets, the sales cycle in terms of inquiry to closing the deal, is it longer, shorter versus what it used to be in the other businesses? That's what we have.
Sure. So in terms of competition, as we see it, the 6 bets have competition that is varied. I mean, very honestly, I mean, we see ourselves as one of the few companies that actually has got all 5 segments that we operate in, right? Generally, you will have engineering companies that operate in either one segment. There are people that operate in 2 segments. There are people that operate in 3 segments. You don't have people operating in all 5. This was a decision that we had made many years ago, that we will be a 5-segment company, right? And we are going to stay forward with that decision. So therefore, if I look at the 6 bets, our competition in each of these areas is different. And there is competition from India Inc. and there is competition from Europe Inc. because in the US, you generally don't have a large ER&D player. You either have them in Europe headquartered or India headquartered. And therefore, we do see competition in some of them. I do believe that my colleague Shail, what he showed you in EV, right? He showed you the lab and the passion that he spoke. I do believe that our differentiator there is the entire stack, not just software or hardware, but the entire stack. That I don't think others have got, right? Similarly, my colleague Prabhakar talked about how he's bringing together the entire supply chain together from E-bomb to M-bomb. And I'm so happy, Prabhakar, that, when Chris was talking today, he talked about the same thing, right? It looked like as if you both had connected before the call. Of course, you work with him, so of course you'll know. But that, what Prabhakar brought out is, that again is a differentiator that not a lot of companies have got. So there are clear differentiators that I don't think others do, but there is stuff that others do, and there is competition. But it's between European players and Indian players. Sales cycle, Alind, would you like to take that? Are sales cycle longer, shorter across the bets?
I think some of that varies by the sector that we are talking about. Again, like I've said earlier, a lot of decision making is now come back and it's very prompt. So you will see quicker sales cycles, but larger deals still take longer. But overall, if you were to say, I would say that in the last 6 months or so, we have had about 30% reduction in the sales cycle overall. It varies from customer to customer.
And just a second question I have is, if I look at the 2 targets which we have disclosed, one being 1 billion by 2Q or 3Q of FY23, which implies a 3.3 to 3 or close to 4% kind of a compounded Q on Q, versus the second target being $1.5 billion by FY 2025, which is a 20% CAGR as a goal. And you also said it includes inorganic. So is it the organic growth would be more back-ended because 3.3 to 4% is slightly lower versus what we have done in the last 4-5 quarters as a whole?
So Sandeep, my request to you will be that, as I have said when I gave my first guidance out, which was my first guidance for this current fiscal year, and then we changed the guidance, upgraded it after that. And I had maintained with some of you that I had one-on-one dialogues with, and basically after we announced the results, we as a leadership team we want to commit what we can deliver, and then we deliver what we commit. Right? I mean, that is a mantra inside the company. Believe it or not, this is a actually clear mantra inside the company. Commit what you can deliver and deliver what you commit to. Right? And we're trying to get to a no surprises culture. And greater predictability. So what we've given you today and shared, $1 billion run rate, $1.5 billion is what we feel we are cautiously optimistic about delivering. Right? Now, how much of this will be, so does this add up, not add up? I would wait for the next quarter results. Leave something for October also, and we'll talk to you. and then we'll take it forward. But I will assure you one thing, Sandeep, that and to everybody else that's on this call, that we are truly committed to action that we are talking about. We've all learned from Dr. Panda. A lot of you have spent a lot of time with him. I can tell you we've all learned from him. We are his disciples. Make sure that we deliver whatever we commit. Piku, is that the last question? Because I didn't want to say a few words.
Thank you, Amit. That was the last question. Yeah, go ahead, Amit.
So if I may, so first of all, I would like to, before I go any forward, I'd like to thank each of you to having taken the interest and time to join us today. These last 18 months have not been easy. I personally have been, behind a camera till July, did not move out, but then flew to Detroit, a lot of misgivings, and then to the West Coast, and now, onwards in New Jersey and beyond. So I think stuff is opening up. I know all of us have gone through a lot of stuff. Truly want to thank you for having believed in us so far, gone through with us. We haven't had a good FY21, but FY22 has been good so far. And I assure you that, we'll keep up to what we have committed. Second, I was very proud of the clients that talked about today, about their partnership and the value that we deliver. We want to continue doing that for our clients. We've already talked about the numbers. We're cautiously optimistic about it. And we built our strategy around the 6 dimensions, the 6 bets. And now we are focused on execution and committed to action. And that's broadly where we are. We do believe that Team LTTS is all for one and one for all. And you'll see this going forward as we go forward. So thank you so much for taking the time, believing in us. And like I said, we'll continue on the dialogue as we move forward. Pinku?
Thank you, Amit, for those very reassuring comments. It was really good to hear that sentiment from you. I want to thank the entire senior management team of LTTS for having taken the time to patiently answer the questions. We had a good set of questions, and I think they were very well answered. Thank you, and we look forward to connecting again with investors with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, with that, we are coming to the end of IAD 2021. A lot of effort by various teams across the company has gone into making this event seamlessly, seamless here in front of you. And we loved every minute of that effort. And we hope you found IAD 2021 informative and insightful. We'd love to hear your feedback. On the access link, you would find a link to the feedback. And please let us know what you liked and what you think could have been better. We'll try to improve each time. Before we wind up, I would like to take this opportunity to thank a few people. Firstly, this is 16,000 engineers at LTTS. What you do is what defines LTTS, and it's your passion and commitment that makes us really come up and showcase what we have done to the investors. Secondly, I want to give a big shout out to Samir, the Chief Marketing Officer of LTTS, and his entire beautiful, great marketing team, and as well as the broadcasting partners who have helped us today. Lastly, to the investors, really appreciate the support and the constant feedback that you have been giving us over the years. You inspire us to aim higher, and we look forward to connecting with you every quarter and taking you along with us in our journey of excellence. IAD 2021 is a wrap. This was a virtual event. Next time, we really look forward to having it in person, and let's hope that the world turns into a much better place than what we are today. Thank you, good night, good day to all, and look forward to connecting with you soon. Bye-bye.